in the neon light, a place where lies and truth collide. Order a double shot and swallow your pride. Smoke curls up like whispers from the grave. No redemption here, no soul to save. Each table tells a story etched in sand. The True Crime Cafe, where the end begins. True Cafe. Coffee stains on the linoleum floor, echoes of whispers from the night before. Shadows crawl where the light won't stay. Dark stories told in the True Crime Cafe. A knife-edge glance from across the room. Heavy air like a ticking doom. Secrets traded in a smoky haze. Lives unraveled in the True Crime Cafe. Blood on the pages, tales they weave. Behind the counter, what to believe. Eyes dark, left hands don't stay. Truth's a weapon in the True Crime Cafe. Broken cups and the creak of chairs, eavesdropping souls with their guilty stares. The smell of fear mixed with burnt decay. Justice whispers in the True Crime Cafe. Heavy bassline thumping through the night. Drumbeat mirrors the pulse of fright. No escape from the games they play. You're a prisoner in the True Crime Cafe. Blood on the pages, tales they weave. Behind the counter, what to believe. Eyes dark, left hands don't stay. Truth's a weapon in the True Crime Cafe. Cafe. Heavy bassline thumping through the night. Drumbeat mirrors the pulse of fright. No escape from the games they play. You're a prisoner in the True Crime Cafe. echoes of whispers from the night before. Shadows crawl where the light won't stay. Dark stories told in the true crime cafe. Knife edge glance from across the room. Heavy air like a ticking doom. Secrets traded in a smoky haze. Lives unraveled in the true crime cafe.
All right, guys, and we're back. Welcome back to the cafe. Here for yet another Bryan Kohberger hearing in Idaho County court systems. This is a continuance hearing as well as the alternate suspects. That part's going to be blacked out, sadly. So we're going to be covering the continuance part of the hearing, and hopefully we'll get some interesting info out of it. So thank you guys for joining us today. Much appreciated. You know what that means, guys. Let's do this thing. Here we go. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm going to start singing Welcome Back Cotter to you. Anyway, great to see you guys again. For those of you that were in the morning show, thank you guys for joining us for that. It is great to see you all back in here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Great to have you guys back today for another hearing yet in the Idaho 4 situation. Crazy, crazy case, y'all. It is a crazy, crazy case for sure. Don't understand it. I don't know that we ever will understand it. I hope that we do. And I do believe the continuance is going to be the first part of the hearing today. And then the second part would be blacked out. That's why I set it up like this. So we'll see, I hope and pray that that's right. If not, we'll just be hanging out for a while until then. SRBBBBBB's back in the house. Good to see you. Miss Rowena, welcome back, dear. Sassy Cassie, good to see you. The Contessa of the musical type back in the house. Good to see you. Miss Rowena, let me see. The Cat Lady back in the house. Welcome back, Cat Lady. Great to see ya. Randy Fur, my brother, welcome back and welcome to the team, my friend. I didn't get to tell you that yesterday. Long overdue, Randy. Long overdue. I hadn't seen you. I talked to the rest of the crew a while back and we agreed. Long overdue. So there you go, my friend, and welcome to the team. Thank you for always when you are here being so positive and so supportive, brother. We appreciate you so very much. So welcome to the team. Angel D, welcome back to you. Great to see you today, as always. Miss Charlotte's in the house again. Great to see you. Great to have you back. Let's see here. Show. Miss Paula, the positive one, always back in the house. Good to see you, Paula. Summer Thunder, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Welcome back to all the meatballs. As always, much appreciated. Deirdre, welcome back to you, dear. Great to see you. Miss Christina, hello. Are we here yet? We are here yet. Alicia J, hey. Welcome back to you. Miss Tandy's in the house. Hello. Miss Tandy says, welcome to the Dago Courthouse. Please put your phone on silent and no pictures, please. Thank you, Tandy. CZ, welcome back to you. Mark Schumann, as always, brother. Good to see you. Raquel, well. Welcome back to you. Why am I always trying to sing, you guys? Why, Moonlight Baby, welcome back. Always trying to sing something. Well, that'll tell you. Another good reason for us to be having a music stream here soon. For a decompression night. Absolute. Right around the corner, guys. It's coming up very soon. So for those of you that like doing that with us, be here or be square. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Mr. Jane, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Great to see you all. I appreciate you all so very much. God bless and welcome back, guys. I love you guys to death so very much. And appreciate each and every one of you more than you know. We wouldn't be here without you all. This is why I adore this community. All right, let me see here. Show. Michael 007, welcome back, my friend. Good to have you here. And yes, wisdom speaks always forever, always and forever in our hearts. God bless and thank you to all of you that dropped the purple hearts in here. We do appreciate that so much for Wisdom Speaks. We miss her so very much. We really need her at times like this too. But that's okay. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, brother. Yes. Yeah, it's up on the screen right there, SRB. See it? See it? Racha. There it is. We're just waiting for him to open it up. Yes, Randy, very much so. Very much so. $18 it says, and we'll be rolling. We will be rolling. Let's see what the deal will be this time. Actually, let me pull this down for a minute. Move this. Let me try something, guys. Let me minimize this here. All right, guys, let's do our first poll of the day. Will Judge Hippler approve a continuance on this, guys? Let's see. Or yes, no, or I'm unsure. Hit it up, folks. Hit it up. Be rolling. MH, welcome. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Me too, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help us all. So you thinking about 30 minutes yet? Yeah, roughly. I'm going to hit a couple of these newer documents that dropped just to talk about them real fast. Time to go get some coffee. Miranda, get whatever you got to get, brother. Get a whole pot if you want to. I don't know how long this one's going to be. I don't think it'd be a couple hours because they still have to run the second half. And I don't see them being there, longer than 5:30. Kent Corbett, welcome back. Says that Clarabelle seen in Eastern Ontario Sunday afternoon around 2 p.m. Thank you, Kent, for the update. Appreciate that. About the other little girl missing in Canada, folks. Another sad situation. Welcome back, Luce Darren. Good to see you today. Bless you. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable, please. And make sure when you come through that door, if you don't mind, just do me a tiny little favor. just a tiny little skin cell's worth, and leave some DNA on that like button when you come through that door, folks. Please and thank ya. So we can get this in the algorithm. It helps me out so very much, and it does make YouTube happy. And please, guys, if you don't mind, during the show, after the show, leave some comments for me, guys, to read. The mods read them as well. I try to respond to as many as I can, but I definitely like and love them all. So, and the mods do it too. So leave some comments. Let us read them. Give us something to do in our Discord and hang out with it, please. Oops. Sorry, guys. Hang on 1 minute here. Here we go. Sorry about that. Thank you, SRB. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, I think if he does continue it, what is going on here? There we go. If he does continue it, I think a month at the minimum, and at max 3 months. Thrive Off Grid, good to see ya. Thank you for joining us. Is 2 TCX still up? I have no idea what you mean, buddy. What do you mean, is TCX still up? Oh, why, do you have a video up? Bobby X, what happened? Let me see something real quick, you guys. Hang on, please. Let's see. Do we have a link for, I think it's True Crime X. Do we have a link for that channel, for his channel, guys? True Crime X. I forgot who Thrive. Sorry, bud. Forgot. And I didn't know what TCX meant at first. Took me a minute for my brain to process that. You don't see it? Is there a link for it? If we have a link, I want to try their link. If you're talking about what I'm talking about, then the same thing happened to me this morning, Thrive. And we all know why. Let me try it a different way and see if I can find it. I don't see it, bud. What happened? Is that why you're back on the Thrive account? Oh, gotcha. I understand. Yeah, it was done to me this morning, so don't feel bad. That's kind of pitiful, don't you think? Pathetic. And I guess for those of you that were asking yesterday, that wow, we're starting in early. William 127, I guess, sent a message to Harsh telling him that they took his videos down. YouTube did. So I thought that was wild. Must have been the language or the way he went at certain people. Yeah, it happened to me too, Thrive. Don't worry about it, buddy. Oh no, I did I tell you I talked to Jesse, or to Eddie Jesse, and he said he's just been really busy with like work and stuff and doing different things, and he's doing all right, and he really appreciated everybody checking on him, but he said he'd be back eventually. Good to see you, Desi. Mama Bear's in the chat. Hello, Mama Bear. Everybody throw some congrats at Mama Bear. She got something new coming and exciting, hopefully, for her. But congratulate her, please. Oh, jury's back in Karen Reed's case. Okay. 2:30 Thrive Off Grid. 2:30. 12:30 their time, 2:30 our time. It's 2:20 here. Mama Bear's in the house. Did he really? Wow, Christina, that's insane. That is insane. So the only thing I can think is that all those idiot channels that he called out struck him at one time or tried to. That's nuts. And it wasn't even that bad, I don't think. Right, Jen? Good to see you, dear. Thanks for coming back and joining us. Yes, Mama Bear deserves some congrats, everybody. And wish good luck to her. Got something new coming. I'm excited for her and her family. Rainy B, the OG, back in the house. Beach Babe, welcome back to you, Miss Christina. Great to see ya. Gaya Degucci, all the way from Poland. Good to see ya. Let me see here. So, folks, what's going to happen today in this trial with Bryan Kohberger and the defense team? What do we think they're going to get? A continuance on this? Maybe? Folks, we'll see. We'll see. There we go. Thank you guys for congratulating Mama Bear. She deserves it. Seahawks fan. Mysterious Minds, Mama Bear. So. No, I don't mean it that way. I was just trying to. Jesus. Yes, Chris stopped in to say hi, everyone. Thank you so much for stopping by Dago's show today. We so very much appreciate it. No, Mama Bear's not going nowhere. Mama Bear promised me she was never going to leave. So, no. There we go. Yes. Whoa! Contessa said, whoa. Send me an email, Thrive. Miss Charlotte. Welcome, Charlotte. Good to see you today. Thank you for stopping by Dago's show. I can try. Cat lady, I can definitely try. Hopefully I don't want to get stuck that way though, and then there'll be two of us out here, and one's enough, I promise you that much. Yes, we know. We definitely know. And I don't want to. I couldn't run this place without Mama Bear, folks. That's facts. Facts. She'll tell you, and so will the rest of the moderators. 32 months, guys. Look at that. After all this time, I ain't going nowhere. No, she's part of the channel, folks. That's facts. She helped create the channel, so she can't. If you get stuck that way, I quit. That would be crazy, wouldn't it? When the judge sees this, he's going to go ape shit on these people. I'm kind of thinking that, maybe. Let's see. Who else is here today? Show. Summer Thunder. Thank you for stopping in. Kara Gershon, great to see you today. Again, don't forget to smash that like button, folks. So much appreciated. We shall see. We shall see, Miss Contessa. Randy Fur back with the coffee. Please like, subscribe, and share this for Dago at the True Crime Cafe with Dago. We appreciate it. Yes, we do. Thank you so much, Randy. Grateful finally to have you as part of the team, brother. After 4 years, I think it's well time. And Miss Heather's back as well. We fixed that today too. Heather Fitzgerald or Miss Lucy. No, probably not, Cat Lady. Probably not. Jeff H, welcome, bro. Good to see you, buddy. Like SRB says, come join us in the Shosh. Become an official Dago family member, and you can click that link and do that. One of you guys drop the email link, please. Send me a little an email, Thrive, just a little something little. Give me a little bit of insight so that I know what so I understand. I'll just put it that way. Oh shit! It's raining again. God, I'm sick of this rain, you guys. It's rain, 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 rain. I don't even get a chance to cut my damn grass because it doesn't dry. It doesn't dry, and it I can't cut it, and it just grows. I have to bale it by the time I'm able to to cut it. My cousin said she can't wait until she hears something substantial and intelligent today. I don't have the heart to tell her that these things. That's a good point there, Kara. Good point, dear. It's rain again. Now I sound like Ed Sullivan. It's Jojo Gijo. Um, all the way from Liverpool. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Beatles. Oh, holy shit. It's coming down hard and blowing. If I disappear, you guys, you know why. Please, please let me get through this hearing. Please. Damn. Excuse me for a minute, everybody. I'll be right back. I gotta check something. Yeah, I always clean up after you. Yeah, I don't care. Throw it away. Throw it away. Throw it away. It's garbage. Gotta love it, guys. Gotta love teenagers. Throw it away. It's pouring hard here. I just went to check everything, and it's like the wind is blowing, and I think my house is swaying. Yes. Oh, I don't care. Telling the boy to throw his garbage away. He's like, it's not mine. Yes, it is. Throw it away. And then he walks to the other side of the house because he thinks if he's on the other side of the house, he can pretend like he didn't hear me. So I just raise my voice and say it louder. And then he hears me. And he can't say, I didn't hear you. Yeah, I'm a little worried about that. That's why I just stepped out and checked, you guys. It's like Well, it's muggier than hell out there right now. It's very warm. It's 82 degrees and it's raining like this. That makes me nervous because I'm in tornado country. So he just doesn't want to get up and move. Then he tried to say it wasn't his. It was a paper plate. I'm like, dude, nobody else used that but you. Throw it away. Stop. You're almost 20 years old. I shouldn't have to tell you these things. Jesse Shule. Just when you think the Karen Reed case can't get any crazier. Well, they're back, aren't they? Aren't they back now? The jury back? They redacted their verdict. What? What? Shut up. No way. When does that ever happen? That's insane. That makes zero sense, folks. Hang on a minute.
Learned afterwards that jurors said they had reached a verdict on two of the counts. And when the defense team learned of this, they took their fight all the way to the US Supreme Court to argue she should not be tried again because she was acquitted on two charges. But all of those courts seem to agree that unless it was read in open court, the verdict doesn't stand. So it is ironic that here we are again.
Exactly. But again, it's pretty indicative of how split people are with respect to whether the government has proven its charges that Miss Reed caused John O'Keefe's death or not, because a lot of people do not believe in the government's case. And what's likely happening is the same thing we see across our Commonwealth, we see in that jury box, is that they are still vigorously debating the merits of the case. And now the question is, will they be able to convince the holdouts to go along with the majority and reach the verdict on all of the counts?
If you are Alan Jackson, if you are Hank Brennan, and
Jesse, there's a link in the chat. If you want to jump up here to go through this hearing with us, you're welcome to join me, sir. Just in case you have any words of wisdom you want to spit out during it, please feel free to hit that link and jump up with me. Okay, well, that's over. That's weird. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pin it up here. wherever it went. Let me find it here. Here it is. There it is. The link's pinned at the top of the chat. Shalami, shalami, shalom. Training to be a superhero like Bruce Willis. All right. Did everybody hit that? Yeah, that thing. What do we call that thing there? That poll. Oh, 1 minute. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna be here afterwards because we're gonna discuss it. So I think I want watermelon now. I have one. We haven't cut it yet. We need to though. Welcome, Donnie. Good to see you, Don. Thank you for joining us. Moonlight's back in the house. 66 peeps in the house, guys. Hit that like button if you would, please. Let me check something else while we're waiting. Just 1 minute, please. What the hell? Good Lord. Marketer. Pinkies. My email's full. Again. I love it. Okay. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Let's see here. Show. Probably a couple hours, Dawn, at the most. Show. I'm pretty sure she does specs. She usually always does. Let me see something here, guys. 1 second, please. Just a minute. Just checking some stuff real quick in my mail. All right. Too many emails. 23,217 emails that I hadn't the ability to check. That's the joy of being a YouTube creator. You get so many of them. There's so much. So hard to check them all. I try. And I gotta make some room. That's all. That's all.
Why do you have so many emails?
Let's see here.
Judge Stephen Hippler presiding. Be seated.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh, it looks better today. Way clearer. Hopefully it sounds better.
All right, this is CR 0124316665, State v. Kohberger. On behalf of the state, we have Mr. Thompson and Mr. Horwitt. And on behalf of, when you should note the defendant is present with counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoth, and Ms. Barlow. This is the time set for or at least the public portion of today's hearing is set for the motion.
Looks like Smashy is missing.
Filed by the defense, so we'll start with that.
Come on up, Miss Ann. You look lovely today.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Your Honor, our motion to continue has been filed and is necessary to protect Bryan Kohberger's rights under the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Idaho. Specifically, a continuance is necessary to protect his due process rights, his rights to a fair trial, his rights to effective assistance of counsel, rights to confrontation, Mr. Kohberger's right to present a full defense, and if it should come to it, a fair sentencing hearing and to be free of cruel and unusual punishment. The record of this case spans 2.5 years, and it shows that this request does not come as a surprise. Looking through the history of this case shows that the defense has met challenges and difficulties along the way, but has been dedicated in meeting all of the deadlines. We have talked about the discovery issues in this courtroom before, and that in large part brings us to need a continuance. 68 terabytes of information is a huge amount of information. There have been 23 requests for additional discovery over the span of 2.5 years and 7 motions to compel. When I say that this doesn't come as a surprise, that this comes from the record, I would direct the court to look back to May of 2023 and June of 2023 and our second motion to compel. Included in that was what was known as Exhibit A from the defense, and that depicted how we were receiving discovery. So this is not a new issue. This is something that's been coming up for a long time. We were receiving discovery, but it was such that you would get a file that would say hundreds of photographs, hundreds of pages of reports, each having to be looked at individually to know what was there and then organized. This case has also faced unique issues, starting with the media coverage of this high-profile case, non-dissemination orders that were addressed in courts, and then the grand jury materials that we had to fight to get access to before we could properly challenge the grand jury indictment. We faced issues with discovery, particularly with the IGG materials. We spent a great deal of time trying to get access to those materials. Those were ultimately what we could get, was ultimately presented in a motion to suppress, and that's preserved should there be a conviction in this case. We faced venue issues in this case, culminating in the change of venue and bringing us to Ada County. At the first hearing in this courtroom, we discussed the discovery issues and not having read everything and being ready with a full investigation in this case. That was apparent through our motions to strike the death penalty, our motions to compel expert disclosures filed in September and December of 2024, and requests for more time to file our motions in limine that was granted in January of 2025. Throughout the course of the motions in limine and then a motion to strike death based on discovery issues in February and March of this year, the record is replete with notice that we are not prepared to go to trial in this case. The discovery is vast and we have not had a chance to review it all. That we met deadlines for experts shows our dedication to comply with court orders. It does not depict effective counsel ready to go to trial on this case. We would submit that it's the court's responsibility to assess this motion to continue with heightened due process that's required in death penalty cases. The death penalty case is different. That comes from Ford versus Wainwright at 477 U.S. 399 at 411. The court must be sensitive to safeguard every avenue of due process. The Idaho Supreme Court said the qualitative difference between death and other penalties calls for a greater degree of reliability when death is imposed. And that comes from State versus Creech, 105 Idaho, 362 at 383. Looking at all of the constitutional rights Mr. Kohberger has, effective assistance of counsel really becomes the crux of how all of these other rights are covered for Mr. Kohberger. And effective assistance of counsel applies both to the merits phase and the penalty phase of a death penalty case. The courts are guided and counsel is guided by the American Bar Association guidelines on capital cases. Wiggins versus Smith, 539 U.S. 510 at 524 said the ABA guidelines are guides to determine what is reasonable. And that's talking about reasonable performance by defense counsel in a capital case. The Ninth Circuit in Andrews versus Davis at 944 F3D 1092 at 1109 relies on the ABA guidelines as the proper measure to test an attorney's investigation. In Idaho, our public defender statutes reference the ABA guidelines as applying to indigent defense. These apply to the full investigation of the merits phase and require us to raise all legal claims. They require us to perform a background on all witnesses that might be called, especially those being called by the state. That means that we have to review all discovery to be able to present a full defense for Mr. Kohberger. We cannot present what we are not aware of. I would note for the court that discovery has been ongoing. I received discovery just this week. It is discovery that I have not reviewed yet. Considering what's required at a penalty phase in a capital case, we're required to perform in a way that the jury can carry out their function of individualized sentencing. That means that Mr. Kohberger's background has to be known and investigated and ready to present to the jurors. Evidence of his character has to be known and ready to present to the jurors, and his circumstances have to be known and ready to present to the jurors. That's addressed in the Woodson case and in the Lockett case. The jury must have the opportunity to consider all evidence that may weigh against the death penalty, and that means anything from his life history. It is the duty of the defense to find and investigate all mitigating information. We do have several experts that would be ready for the mitigation portion of the case should the case reach that phase, and they rely on understanding family history and Mr. Kohberger's own history. They can only understand what they've been presented, and the investigation to fully evaluate needs to be thorough. That means that records have to be collected. That means that interviews, collateral interviews have to be done, and those have not all been completed. And it's not because of a lack of diligence in this case. Further, when things that are noted as red flags arise, those things must be investigated. Red flags aren't fanciful ideas of what else could we do in this case. They're real things that come up in the course of the investigation, and whether or not they're important to mitigation and presentation for a jury's consideration requires time to investigate and collect records. Documentation is very important. The court's aware that red flags have come up and they require further investigation. Those are issues that may mean a lot to the experts that would be ready to testify, but they can't be presented until there's a full investigation. They are things that might change the course of the evaluation or might require us to have an additional expert to help explain certain circumstances. And that's important for the individualized sentencing that's required by the Constitution. Your Honor, there have been numerous challenges with gathering records and interviewing collateral witnesses. I know the court is aware of some of those particular issues. I'm not going to highlight them now, but it's imperative that we be able to collect records and conduct interviews from other family members besides just Mr. Kohberger and his parents. And it's also imperative that his history be complete with educational records, medical records, and those things are still being done to this day. The other reason that a continuance is appropriate in this case is based on the media coverage, the Dateline issue that has been talked about in this courtroom before, and what's yet to come. The Dateline episode wasn't just a one-time deal back in May. That continues to be talked about. Everything that happens in this case continues to be talked about, and this court has a duty, a responsibility to make sure that Mr. Kohberger receives a fair trial. That comes from Shepard versus Maxwell, 384 U.S. 333. And a continuance may be the way that the court can best protect Mr. Kohberger. That comes from Patton versus Yount, 467 U.S. 1025. In addition to what is going on with what happened with the Dateline episode, that's not all. There's a book set to be released just a few weeks from now to be followed by a docuseries on Amazon Prime. There's a claim that there's inside sources that provide information in this case. At the very least, the moment we start attempting to select a jury in this case, those things are going to be on everybody's TV, everybody's social media feed, and some of the very witnesses that will be expected to testify will be taking part in the docuseries at least, and maybe noted in the book. That is, in and of itself, an exceptional reason for us to have a continuance to let those things play out for a while. I would also note, Your Honor, that jury selection is going to be particularly challenged and will need a great deal of time based on what's happened in the media and continues to happen. Your Honor, our request is for a continuance in this matter to allow us to be effective and perform our constitutional duty for Mr. Kohberger, to protect his constitutional rights, to make sure that we have fully investigated all mitigating circumstances so the jury, if it comes to it, can perform their individualized sentencing, judgment, and function, and to allow some space between what's recently happened in the media. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Of course.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will, I think, address Ms. Taylor's arguments sort of in the reverse order in which she raised the issues that she raised. I want to begin, though, by bringing us and the court back to what the standard is for this motion to continue as opposed to what might happen after a conviction with respect to ineffective assistance of counsel. Right now, the standard is whether denying a continuance would violate the defendant's rights by causing unfair prejudice. And that is an objective standard that the court has, and the court has discretion on all motions to continue, including a motion to continue in a case such as this that involves the death penalty. What the defendant and counsel are asking the court to do is delay this trial because of their subjective, prospective beliefs about how an ineffective assistance of counsel evaluation would happen by an appeals court if there is a conviction. What this court should do is use its discretion and look at the objective record. The record supports denying the motion based on what the defense has been doing, continues to do, and will continue to do through the mitigation phase until the penalty phase, including presenting mitigation evidence that the jury will ultimately decide about if there is a conviction. The lens that the court should look at is well stated, through which the court should look at this motion is well stated in some Idaho case law and others. And if I can turn on the Elmo, do I need to hit this button, Your Honor?
And Clark needs to switch it over.
Okay, thank you. So these are cases that we cited in our brief, and I wanted to start my discussion with them. I'll read the top case, which is an Idaho Supreme Court case, evaluating whether counsel was effective in a death penalty case. Counsel was not required to investigate defendant's entire life in order to objectively and reasonably present mitigation evidence. And then I like the way that the Seventh Circuit sort of rephrased the same principle by saying, I won't read the entire quote, Your Honor, but a scorch the earth strategy is not required. We're in a standard of reasonableness. And the record that is before the court, and I'll acknowledge we have not seen what specifics, if any, the defense has put forward in its ex parte filing.
It's kind of hard for you, I recognize.
It does, but we have not seen specifics. I did not hear any specifics from counsel just now about these witnesses need to be contacted, these records need to be obtained. And then the court, I think, mentioned at prior hearing we had when this was motion to continue was first raised, that the court would be looking at what admissible evidence the defense needs to obtain and what strategies would actually be used to fruitfully obtain that evidence. And we don't have anything specific that we can respond to about that. So I'm at a bit of a disadvantage, Your Honor, but I think the record that we do have shows that the court can use its discretion to deny this motion to continue. What we did in our response brief, Your Honor, was to cite the fact that the defense has identified 55 defense witnesses for mitigation, and I think one was recently added, so we're up to 56, 132 exhibits to use at the mitigation phase. And with respect to the ABA standards, we're not saying the court should completely ignore them, but what we are saying is that the court should look at them for what they are, which is a retrospective tool for appellate courts to look at the performance of counsel after a conviction, not some checklist that needs to be religiously adhered to in order to actually get to trial. Even if the court were to rely on them heavily, though, the charts that we put together show that for each of the ABA guidelines categories that the defense has raised, we have seen evidence in the record that shows that they have witnesses to talk about those issues and they have discovery on those issues themselves. Now, defense has called that superficial, but we would ask the court to look at the tables and look at the witnesses that we've been able to identify for each category and also the discovery in the record. So, Your Honor, again, we think that given the legal standards here on a motion to continue, given the court's discretion, given that we are in a world where the court needs to satisfy itself that defense has done a reasonable job to prepare for trial, excuse me, to prepare for trial, there is no basis for a motion to continue. Now, let me turn to some of the specific arguments, and I can take this down, Your Honor, that Ms. Taylor raised. With respect to the media coverage, we acknowledge, as the court has, that will pose challenges for jury selection. The issue, though, is not whether there is a lot of publicity. We know there's going to be a lot of publicity regardless of when this trial happens. As Ms. Taylor said, people will continue to talk about this case. The issue is whether the court, using the procedures it has established or maybe even modifying them as the court wants to, can seat a panel of impartial jurors. The Supreme Court of Idaho has found that despite widespread publicity, even on the day of jury selection, that is possible. That is possible in this case, despite the challenges. The other thing I would mention with respect to the publicity is that it puts us at the whim of the media. Every time there's a breaking story, every time there's a new book or a new documentary, are we going to continue the trial indefinitely? And that seems to be the danger in what the defense is asking for. We call it a perpetual continuance, and we haven't seen a proposal about when this trial could take place. If there's a continuance, what seems to be the strategy here is just to delay. And that leads me to, I think, the other point that Ms. Taylor raised, which was to say that this shouldn't be a surprise. It is a surprise to us that a motion to continue was made so late in the game, after, by the way, the trial date was used to oppose an extension that we filed for with respect to our mental health expert. At that point, the defense said we can't possibly go down this road or give the government the state what it wants because of the trial date. Once that issue is resolved, then we get a motion to continue. So I think what we have seen from the defense is that they tried to use the mass amount of discovery to remove the death penalty from the table. When that failed, now we have a motion to continue. So I do think timing is relevant here. Again, and it's not just that the defense waited so long, it's that we now have a very substantial record on which the court can deny this motion based on everything that's been put in front of the state and the court. In terms of the mitigation investigation, Your Honor, we believed but did not have confirmation that the defense had a mitigation specialist until the reply brief on this motion alluded to an affidavit that mitigation specialist submitted. So I don't know what that says. I don't know what the mitigation specialist has said, but the fact that there is a mitigation specialist, apart from the 3 attorneys and 2 investigators that are part of the defense team, that person has one role, as I understand it, which is to prepare for the penalty phase if we get there. And that person, that specialist, has still time to continue doing whatever work they told the court they need to do. Your Honor, again, I would try to get back to the record and ask the court to look at the objective record when evaluating this motion. 55 mitigation witnesses, over 130 exhibits, a very robust team on the defense side, which includes their retained experts. Ms. Taylor, and in the briefing, really honed in on this idea of a social life history for the defendant. I don't know if the court has read the expert reports of the defendant's forensic psychiatrist and then the licensed psychologist. I won't discuss the details in open court, but our position is that both of those specialists, well-trained, very experienced specialists, conducted significant, fulsome life history investigations. They weren't just looking at bare records. They were talking to people from the defendant's past, from his present, his family, and developed parallel life histories. And in their reports, as I read them, no red flags that needed further investigation were noted. Nothing about those reports appeared to be incomplete. And the experts didn't say, we are unable to reach the conclusions we need to reach for lack of investigation. So I think that is sort of proof in the pudding. We have a life history for the defendant. The defense has amassed significant materials. And I thought we were going to be solely talking about the mitigation case that still needs to be developed. That is not a basis for a continuance. And to the extent there are ongoing discovery from the state that Ms. Taylor alluded to, I can represent that most of what was just turned over was our investigators speaking with witnesses that the defense has disclosed. So that's the nature of that discovery, is us responding to discovery from the defense. And that will continue, of course, to occur as we lead up to trial and witnesses make statements that we need to disclose to the defense. So with that, Your Honor, I would again rest on the case law holding that a scorched the earth investigation is not what's required. And on the record before the court should exercise its discretion to deny the motion. If the court has any questions, I'm happy to answer those. Otherwise, we would submit on the record before the court.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any reply?
Yes, thank you. I would start with noting that if the new discovery is the state's contact of witnesses we've listed, the state knows that there are mitigation witnesses that we've listed because we had to disclose them, but they are people that have refused to speak with us. That presents a challenge in the case. A lot of the witnesses that refuse to speak with us have to do with records, medical records of Bryan Kohberger, past treatment records of Bryan Kohberger. Those are important things that the gravity of what they have to say can't be known to our experts until we have the opportunity to fully understand those things. And we continue to work on access to witnesses and access to additional information. Your Honor, I want to touch on just a couple of points. One, when the court considers a continuance and considers whether Bryan Kohberger's rights are violated, his right to a fair trial, his right to confront witnesses and evidence against him, his right to present a full defense, and his right to effective assistance of counsel are implicated and laid out in our motion to continue. The ABA guidelines require us to do a full investigation. It's not going scorched earth to understand Bryan Kohberger's full life history. These are things that are required. And we've done everything that we can. We have had a mitigation expert on the case. This is 2.5 years into a case, and the average for capital cases is 3.5 years.
In federal court.
In federal court.
Which moves at a snail's pace in its best day in regular cases.
I'm not a practitioner in federal court, so I don't have any basis to talk to the court about that. But what I can tell you is that a capital case where we have a client and we need to investigate both the merits phase and a penalty phase at the same time takes time. In any case, it takes time to do that. In this case, with the high profile nature and having people decline to talk to us presents a whole set of challenges that we have to find a way to work through. As the court knows, a lot of mitigation information is very sensitive information. It takes some time to be able to get people to talk about things. Realities exist too. Not all of the family members are in the same place. So there's travel that's required. All of those things take time to do in a case like this. 2.5 years is excessively fast to put all of that together. There was no delay in having a mitigation expert on board. There was no delay in getting investigators to work on the case. And as soon as issues became apparent, Mr. Kohberger's team did not delay in getting experts to help us understand specific areas of the case. Looking over the entire record, the court can see that the defense team has been diligent about discovery, about motion practice, about litigating issues in the case. There just still is a lot left to do. There is still a lot left that is not known. And Mr. Kohberger has a right to go to trial with prepared counsel that have conducted a full investigation in both phases of the case. When you have a certain amount of information and there's this other stuff that's out there, that's a red flag, that's real, that you need to investigate, your experts can only do what's here, what's been investigated, what's been produced for them to assess. This whole other area, that land between the red flags and the investigation, That's an unknown area. That's where there's ineffective assistance of counsel. That's where there's not a fair trial. That's where there's not an individualized sentencing proceeding. And it's that area that requires a continuance in this case.
All right, I'll take the matter under advisement and get an opinion out in short order. In the meantime, I fully encourage everyone to continue as if the trial is going to take place when it is scheduled for. Again, I reserve the right to write the decision that I come to, but as of now, I would tell you that it's likely you're going to trial on the date indicated. All right. Is there any other matters that we need to take up in the public session before we break to go to the private session?
Yes.
Nothing further in the public session, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I don't believe so.
All right. We'll take a 10-minute break while the bailiffs clear the courtroom and we set up for the private session. All rise, please.
I am highly irritated right now. I just have a bad feeling based on what he just said. The link is pinned in the chat. Kiki, if you want to try again, you can. Jesse, come on up. Anybody, you want to join us? Let's talk about it. I'm kind of irritated right now because I don't even know. I kind of expected that, but thought that maybe, I don't know. He hasn't given an answer yet, but he doesn't sound like he's going to, because that statement just as of now just can keep going like we're going to continue. You did not speak on anything that's happened here. They even approached and spoke on the fact that there's another show coming out July 11th. Okay. They also talked about the Dateline thing. None of this. And come on now. This is irritating. By the way, Karen Reed found not guilty on the second-degree murder charge, for those of you that didn't see that. And I'm grateful to see that for her. She deserved that, in my opinion. I think he did too. SRB says he gave his answer, in my opinion, just being cordial, saying that he'll take it under advisement. And that's truly how I feel at that point too. I don't even know that he was listening, nor did he even plan on. He listened, but I think he had his mind made up already. He doesn't want to continue this hearing, or the trial. I mean, he doesn't want to continue it. He stated that more than once. So I don't know, guys. Yeah, I think Massa probably would have done a better job at presenting that, Jen, with the attitude that she puts forth sometimes. Hey, Fizzy, good to see you. I know, Josh. Now, I will say that, and don't get angry with me, guys, but that wasn't Josh. That was, who was the guy that stood up for the state? Guys, I lost my train of thought completely. Anyway, he did actually make somewhat of a decent point. Fizzy's right, okay? Saying that, the point of these media things, they're just going to keep coming. It doesn't matter if they delay it or not. They're going to keep coming, but you know what I mean? Yes, I agree with that point. I see it, but I still think that it was deserved. A continuance was deserved at the very least. Was that Josh? Okay, I thought I was going to say that. Sorry. The longer they wait, the next thing we know, they'll have produced a whole movie. No, I know, Candy, and I didn't, believe me, we don't want it to be delayed. I just want to make sure that the defense is right and ready and they have everything they need to give this man a fair trial. That's all I'm saying. And if the defense is saying that they don't believe that they're, that they're ready yet, then I don't know. I let me say it this way. I think this was just in case, possibly a just in case scenario, and that Anne was probably prepared for this. This is just my theory on her situation, folks, my thought process. But so I think she's ready and prepared to go regardless. I think she probably planned on being denied, so we'll just say it that way. There's already movies in process, Cat Lady. I can guarantee you. And yeah, Candy, that's crazy. Discovery a week ago. That's insane. Number 23. It's bullshit, folks. It's absolute bullshit. Hold on here. Give me one moment. All right. Hang on there. There he is. Jesse Schul with his new camera. You're muted, sir. You're muted. If you can hear me. And he's out. All right. Try that again. I know Hitler wants out. He wants this done and over. He wants to move on. He wants to get out of this. I was kind of surprised that he didn't interrupt her. Like I said, I feel like he already kind of has his mind made up. There we go.
Just give me a second. The camera.
Take your time.
This new camera is kind of a pain in the ass.
No worries. Take your time. Get it right.
You hearing me now?
Yeah, I hear you. You sound good.
All right. Well, yeah. Yeah, that was very frustrating to listen to be honest with you.
It was.
And I'm so furious that I think I mentioned it before, but obviously I don't have a legal background, so I don't know if this is possible, but I'd be tempted to fuck him right off and get, I mean, if I was Bryan, I would say, okay, well, I don't feel like my lawyers can defend me anymore. I'm going to have to get new lawyers. And we're going to have to delay it for that reason. And you can't drag me into a capital murder case without lawyers.
It's true.
I don't know if they can do that, but I find it hard to believe that they can force you to try a capital murder case when you haven't had enough time to prepare for it. And the idea that the prosecution has been turning over everything in an organized and orderly fashion, I mean, only guilters believe that.
Yes, sir.
So I'm certainly frustrated by that, the way he was speaking there. There was one more point I wanted. Oh yeah, the idea that these leaks are going to continue to happen and they're going to continue doing specials and Netflix documentaries. That's true, but if you do grant a continuance and you do get a special prosecutor and Ashley Jennings gets fired or somebody goes to jail, that serves as motivation to certainly slow them down. It certainly puts a wrench in the idea that you just get free reign on whatever you want to do. And when you don't grant a continuance and you say that it's a problem that we can't address, well, then it's going to spiral out of control even worse then. And I mean, if you want to have a non-dissemination order, enforce it. And if you're not going to enforce it, then don't have one, in my opinion. What do you guys think, chat?
Yeah, I'm on board with you, Jesse. It doesn't make any sense. First off, the day that, first off and foremost, they just got more discovery last week. That's a problem in my boat. Whatever, man. Whatever. That's the good shit right there, folks. That's the expensive sell your car to buy that type stuff. To get it here, it's that expensive. Anyway. I am jealous, sir. It looks amazing. I can almost smell it now. My my aunt and uncle used to get it all the time. They used to go to Italy like once a year, so it is amazing. Good old Genoa salami. I could eat it every damn day. It's got such a great taste. The fact that there was discovery passed on last week, and of course it was a mess as it always has been. The fact that Anne stated, I don't know how long back this was, a couple of hearings ago, that she had an expert look at all the digital discovery that they had to go through, and that expert said that it would take 3 years, 3 solid years to go through every bit of that because it's so disorganized and there's so much of it that they could never cover it, you know, in a normal amount of time. 3 years, folks, to go through all that. And that, in turn, to me, would give Bryan a fair trial because every bit of discovery was gone through. So, and I'm not expecting a 3-year continuance. I just thought he would give him a couple months, maybe a month minimum, 3 months max, to get some more together, in my opinion. So, no. And I can.
I'm surprised there wasn't a discussion about removing the death penalty.
Well, that was I thought she was going to come back with that, and maybe possibly a motion. When he said, "Is there anything else for public hearing?" Nothing. I said, "Well, maybe, yeah, Your Honor, we'd like to present a motion for this, that, and maybe you have to do it a certain way. I don't know, but that's what I thought too, Jesse. I thought that too. And what I was going to imagine was that he was going to balance the two and pick one. You know what I mean?
And what do we think happened to Ashley Jennings? She just had a bad case of diarrhea, or what?
Maybe, or she's just tired of being harassed when she walks into the courthouse. I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of disappointed because, in my opinion, I think he gave his answer when he said plan to go ahead with trial on the date that it's scheduled for. That was in my opinion, that was Judge Hippler's answer right there. I think taking it under advisement is just for show.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. Yeah, like Contessa just said, today was for show. Yeah, the man does not want this continued. He has said that more than once. Okay, regardless of the situation. And I don't know how he can justify what dateline. And she even brought up the fact that Amazon Prime has that show coming, which is another hit piece. Obviously, it's going to be, and she also explained that there's going to be actual witnesses to the trial that are on that show. All she wants is some time for that to clear the air after everybody watches it. I don't think he cares, truly. So that's kind of sad to me. And I said this before, and I'm not going to change it. I don't believe, even if there's a continuance, this and that, I don't believe that Bryan has a fair shot in that state. That's my opinion. At a fair trial, with everything we've seen, with everything that has been presented, with everything that we know is out there, I do not believe that Bryan, truly, to be honest with you guys, if they were to move this man to Ohio, he wouldn't have a fair shot. Do you know how many people in this state know that I know for a fact know that he did this, or that he's about this case? And there's a lot of guilters here. There's guilters in every state, folks. And it's just like, I don't know that he will ever have a fair trial regardless. So,
I think it might be time to bring in the big guns. The high-powered, expensive attorneys that'll take this case pro bono because it's so high profile. I don't know that there is any ready to do that, but I don't know. I've been defending Ann Taylor and saying that, she might be slow playing her hand, but it's getting time to show me something, and haven't seen it yet.
Well, here's the thing. As much as I like Ann Taylor, I do. I have a lot of respect for her. I adore Ann Taylor, guys. I think she's done an amazing job, but I think Ann has limitations. She can only do so much. Okay, now.
Well, and Hippler doesn't respect her, because that's the other thing.
That's the other side of it. Thank you. Now, is there attorneys out there that are willing to jump in and take this pro bono? Some big time attorneys? That'd be amazing if they would step in and join the team, or if she could bring some of them on board. But that's not happening from what we can tell. But that would be amazing, because I think if you brought on somebody like a team like OJ had per se, not that they're all, you know what I mean? Nobody's exists now, but I'm just saying I don't think it's that she doesn't have no balls. I think that Anne plays a certain type of way. Like I said before, I think she does things already knowing the outcome, prepared for the outcome. She doesn't ask a question she doesn't know the answer to. I just don't think that he respects her, and I think she knows that. Okay? And I think she knows that she doesn't have a chance in hell per se on a standard situation. Okay? That's just my opinion. And this case ain't no joke. And like I told you guys, this man is not going to let himself look like a fool in any way, shape, or form. And if that means taking out the defense attorneys or, making her look like shit, putting her on blast, whatever it is, not being fair, he's going to do what he has to do to keep his reputation, to keep his safe face for him, in my opinion.
Musical Contessa says, I think she's always 10 steps ahead. And I was hoping that that was the case, but this is a big loss. I mean, I don't think this is a loss that you can afford to take.
I agree. Right. We'll see. And here's what we're going to see. First off, we need to see for sure what his answer is. I think we all know. And then I want to see what she files after that. And that's when I'll make that decision about whether I still believe Anne is 10 steps ahead. Whatever she files after that, I think is going to tell a story by itself. If there is nothing, then I'll have to say, yeah, at that point, I agree with you. Hang on, folks. That is the boss lady calling me. I'll be right back with you. Jesse, take the show, sir.
I do think it is a problem, just that Hitler doesn't respect her. And they brought in that Josh Hurwitz. He seems to respect him more. Female-only defense is better for Bryan's defense on incel personality. Is that even the thing anymore? I'm not sure that they're even going to go into that incel. It seems like they've dropped that now and made it more obsession with Bundy, because I think there's been too much that's come out that rips that incel thing apart. He's had girlfriends. He's had women that are interested in him. And Taylor warned the court today, and Hitler looked fearful. She's really not bluffing. She is honestly saying there is a lot of work to be done on this case. Yeah, I mean, but he just said he's not going to grant the continuance in not so many words. It'll be interesting to see what comes out of the closed hearings and see if there's any alternative perps that are accepted. I mean, maybe if she gets some big wins in the alternative perp department, and I guess Hitler's seen all that information too, so he might think that that's a fair trade-off, to allow the alternative perps and not allow the continuance.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point, Jesse. I never thought of that. I mean, of course, we don't think that's a fair trade-off. He may, though.
No, I don't think it's a fair trade-off.
I think a fair trade is.
I think you're entitled when you have a dissemination order and somebody's violated it, and we know that somebody is likely on the prosecution team. How could you not be entitled to a continuance? How can they even proceed until this gets sorted out?
Right.
But the justice system is just such a joke. You look at what happened in the Karen Reed trial today. They tell the judge we have a verdict, and then the judge comes out and says, well, they had a verdict, but apparently they don't have one anymore. And she just looked bewildered, like she had no idea what to do. Yeah, the whole thing blows my mind.
Right.
But you've seen it come down. She's not guilty on the
murder.
Did they find her guilty of the driving under the influence?
I think she got the DUI, and I think she got some kind of probation, from my understanding. But the most important is this one here, the second-degree murder charge, not guilty. And I that's justice to me, at the very least. For everything she's been through, that's some kind of justice, I think. Because there's no way in hell that she did that. And I think most everybody that has followed her case believes that there's no way, well, within this community, believes that she didn't do it. So I'm grateful to see that for her. Now she can live her life. You know what I mean? She's still going to be harassed, I'm sure. And I that's something I worry about too, is that the people that were responsible in that situation may might harass her. That's my opinion. Just saying. So, this is one of the new documents that just dropped. The order sealing the state's ex parte filings, out-of-state witnesses. So these are going to be the subpoenas we saw, you guys, in my opinion. Brandon Andriola and all those other names are based upon the state's motion to seal ex parte filings, out-of-state witnesses filed herein. The court does hereby confirm an order that the motion for issuance of a certificate of endorsement affidavit of William Thompson and the certificate of endorsement regarding Uniform Act to secure attendance. Yeah, so it's done. They sealed those. Jesse, do you remember him talk a while back when he said, I don't want nothing else sealed. I want everything out there. I want everybody to be able to see what's going on.
Apparently, he must have seen something that changed his mind.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? Like, why are you sealing shit again here, Hip? Because everything that's come out has been sealed. Other than the exhibits, which I expected. I understand that, but this is the order sealing the exhibits to the state's supplemental response to request for discovery regarding expert testimony. Everything is being sealed again. What happened? Anybody? Why? Why is he doing it? So much for being transparent, right? Just saying. Just saying. Is Josie in the house? There she is. Hey, Josie, good to see you, dear. Mark Garagos, yeah. Yeah, that would be quite interesting. The state's supplemental response to request for discovery regarding the expert testimony. Sarge said something yesterday, Jesse, that kind of, I don't know if he hadn't seen it or it blew me away, but he said that Ann needs to compel discovery. And I said, Sarge, I tried to say it.
Didn't she say 8 times or something? 7 or 8 motions to compel?
Yeah, there's more than that, I think, actually. I said, Sarge, she's compelled out of her ass. Like, she's been compelling the whole time. I don't know. He didn't hear me. But, like, yeah, that's happened. She's definitely done that. Yeah, he's about as transparent as butter as far as Hitler goes. 100%. I want to know why. 7 times, Jen said. Thank you, Jen. You know, what did he see, or what came upon his desk that made him start sealing again? I gotta wonder. Or who got in his ear? How about that one? Not to be a conspiracy theorist, but just saying, folks, something changed.
Maybe it correlates with the addition to Josh Horowitz on the prosecution side.
Yep. Was wondering myself. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Let's see. The defense's reply to the state's opposition to the defendant's motion to continue. Well, we already knew that was coming. Absolute ridiculous. The reasons that Hurwitz gave for this are just stupid to me. I'm sorry. One of
really
them,
stupid.
Yeah, one thing made sense, and he's right. I see it happening. That no matter what happens, that these things are still going to keep coming out. The date lines and the night lines and all this. Yes, I agree that will still happen. That doesn't, in my opinion, though.
But if you do an investigation and somebody goes to jail or somebody loses their job, now you've drawn a line in the sand that we have a non-dissemination order, and
Yes.
we take it seriously. When you don't do that, the opposite is true. You've now said, well, the non-dissemination order is just sort of like a guideline that if you break it, nothing happens to you.
Unbelievable. That's basically what it's kind of like when you have a 6-year-old that you keep telling them, you keep doing this, you're going to get disciplined, knowing that you're not going to discipline them. It's one of them things. That's how it looks to me, at least. And it's really irritating. I feel kind of let down a little bit, I'll say, because I really thought that Hitler was possibly leaning towards the point where he kind of was feeling the defense a little bit more with what's been going on, and
his disdain for that Dateline leak seems to have disappeared. He doesn't seem bothered about it anymore.
Yeah, and here's what I got from what Hurwitz was saying, and I think it got inside Hitler's head because Hitler stated these same things at one point. Mr. Kohberger's case has been pending for less than 2.5 years. That is a short duration compared to other capital cases. It is true, but the way Hurwitz explained it was that they're going to continue. This is their strategy. It's just continuing and continuing and continuing. I don't see that. I don't see that at all. I think she just wants to get her ducks in a row and should have that right. And they are one of the reasons why she doesn't have them in a row, because they purposely picked up a deck of cards and threw it at her and said, figure that out. That's what they did, in my opinion, with all the discovery. And there's still, like I said, a week ago, there's still discovery coming in.
Well, what about Brett Payne's response on the stand when she was questioning him about videos? Where would I find that video? I don't know. I guess you could go and have a look. You could just go back there and have a look for it. Yep. That kind of ignorant response to requests regarding evidence. That's what she's up against, obviously.
Agreed. I mean, that would be like me saying, Jesse, you're telling me, Dago, I got a case I want you to cover for me. I'm interested. Okay. Jesse, send me everything you have on it in the email, and let's see what we got. And you send me an email that is like 6 gigs or something, full of just all papers all mixed up, not organized, nothing labeled, nothing tagged. And so there you go. I think you can solve it from there. That's what they've done to her. Okay. And
the thing that I notice is, you look at Ann Taylor and the way she deals with Hitler and the way she dealt with Judge, and then you compare that to, say, Alan Jackson with Beverly Cannoni. And Alan Jackson's not afraid to say, I remember in the first trial when they were talking about the verdict slips, and Cannoni says, this is the way we do it in Massachusetts, Mr. Jackson. And he went, I don't give a damn what,
right.
He pounded the table. I don't give a damn how that's bullshit, and he told her. And he didn't win, I don't think, that argument, but he showed a willingness to fight back anyways. And as much as I think she despises Alan Jackson, it's pretty tough not to respect him. I mean, the amount of weight he carries in a courtroom.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's definitely a voice to be heard. That's a fact. Didn't Payne say he met with Ann 6 times at the police facility to look at evidence?
Well, she asked him for a specific video, and he claimed to have no idea, doesn't know how to find videos, that he could imagine that you go to the video room and look around, I guess.
How many questions did he answer to her like that, Jesse?
Well, he claimed to not even know the local businesses on the very street that the police station was on. Never heard of them.
In the town that he patrols in as a police officer before he was made detective. So okay. I'm going to tell you the truth real quick here. That's bullshit. Okay. If you're a police officer, you know every business in this small ass town that you patrol day after day after day. So that to me is a blatant lie. Okay. So you can meet up with anybody you want to meet up with, Jeff. If they don't tell you anything, what's the damn point? It's not helpful. So they can meet up all they want, but if the answer's still the same, that's the end of it. Did you just say that Claire Bell was found alive? That's amazing. If that's true, God bless. That is absolutely amazing. I'm glad to hear that. Absolutely amazing. Very few talk about that answer Payne gave to the prosecutor's question about how many times he met with Ann to look at evidence. Because it obviously didn't matter, Jeff, is what I mean. If that was the case, she wouldn't still be asking these same questions. Do you know what I mean? If she was sufficed with meeting those 6 times, she wouldn't still be asking the questions, per se. She wouldn't still be looking for things, per se. That's my take on that. I might be wrong, and that's okay if I am, but I did see that. Found in Castleman alive. That's amazing, you guys. That is probably the best news we've gotten all day. That definitely bounces off this bad news. That little girl found safe. That's amazing. God bless. Thanks for the update, Kent. We just talked about that this morning too, you guys. It's another little girl missing in Canada. So thank God they found her. Another difference is that this case also has federal bullshit along with state. Trials are diverse. Casey Anthony took 3 years. OJ took about a year. Very true, Jen. Very true. I don't know. Maybe we'll be surprised. Maybe we'll be surprised and blown out of the water, and he'll approve it. I think anything, a month would be good to some extent. 3 months would be great. I personally don't want it to be continued too much longer, but
Or maybe we'll hear that Jennings has been fired, and so therefore that has been addressed.
That's a fair trade.
Yeah.
I was curious. I really was. As soon as I saw it, and it came after the compliance was filed about the Dateline leaks and all that, and I went, oh boy. I wonder. You know what I mean?
Well, there was no talk about the special prosecutor. There was no talk about any investigation.
No.
The Dateline thing, I guess it was mentioned, but there was no talk about addressing it in any way, shape, or form.
He has not reapproached anything that should be addressed. We know that there should have been a reapproach or a revisit to the Cyrase situation. That's never been talked about or touched again. These other things have not been talked about. It's almost like he's trying to play like, well, if I forget about it or if I don't bring it up, they're going to forget about it. It's not going to happen. But
well, that being said, though, that goes back to what we were saying about Anne. Isn't it up to her to just continue pounding the table?
I hope she does.
Where are my advanced timing records? Where is my disclosure? Where is that? She doesn't seem she's forceful enough for a lot of these issues.
Yes, very true. Jen just said we don't even know what they're doing per the state. They still don't know who did what. And it's pathetic, so effing pathetic. It is. It very much is, Jen. You're right. As far as an investigation goes, she's right. I mean, it's ridiculous how things are kind of pushed to the side. It might change once Anne shows proof. That's a good point, Adrian. I was wondering that myself. She's saying that this might change once Anne shows proof of alternate perpetrators. And that's what's happening right now as we speak. And I'd be damn surprised if something happens and we see that. That'd be interesting. God, I mean,
the threshold she's going to have to meet to get those approved, though.
Yeah,
it's going to require eyewitness testimony or a DNA match.
Some real serious stuff. Yeah.
I'm not even sure if eyewitness testimony would be enough. Certainly not the eyewitness testimony, like the Dylan Mortensen eyewitness testimony, I don't think is strong enough to allow an alternative perpetrator evidence.
And here's the thing. If Eliza Massif is the one that's handling that, we have a good chance with that because she doesn't just lay down, okay? She has no fear of him. She's not going to just lay down and say, okay. She's going to argue her point until she feels like she's made that point clear. So that's a good thing. But I'm kind of nervous, to be honest with you guys, how that I would pay anything in the world right now to be a fly on the wall inside that courtroom.
Well, between the two things, I thought that the continuance had a higher probability of success than the alternative perpetrators.
Yeah, I did.
For me, it's pretty cut and dry. The alternative perpetrators will be rejected unless you have evidence that's so overwhelming that they can't. I mean, that's their, I think, not just Hippler, but I think all judges, they don't want you dragging anybody in there unless you have some really solid stuff. And
well, we'll see. We will see for sure. And she did look confident. I'll say that much. She didn't have that unnerved look. She didn't sound nervous, shaky, none of that. She seemed confident. So I don't know what she's got up her sleeves, and I'm just hope and pray, fingers crossed.
Well, that's kind of what I was holding against her. She didn't seem like she was fighting like her life depended on it.
Right.
When it sort of feels like the case does kind of depend on it. But maybe she knows something that we don't.
That's what I was wondering too. That's why I didn't say a whole lot at that point, because she just seemed very even keel, confident, and you can kind of tell when she's off a little bit, okay? And yeah, because she didn't fight, she didn't push, she did nothing. So that tells me there's a possibility that she's got her hooks into something. Okay. Yeah, she didn't seem nervous at all, and maybe tired because she's been up doing her job, getting a hold of that info. Maybe unidentified DNA alternate perp. Who knows? I mean, she might have a bombshell to throw out this afternoon. And oh boy, I would love to be a fly on the wall, you guys. God, it drives me nuts. I hate these closed hearings, Jesse. I absolutely hate them.
Yeah, I mean, we should be able to see what's going on in there.
I do agree. I do agree. Let me pull this down here and check this poll. It doesn't look like it's moved much. We don't need that up right now anyway. So I think we
Definitely grounds for appeal, I think.
Well, Jesus, can you imagine the Appellate situation for this if he's convicted? There's so much that's grounds for appeal, in my opinion. Where'd it go? Shit. Oh, there it is. Will Judge Hippler approve a continuance? 44% said nope. 31 said not sure, and 24 said yes. So it's kind of evened out a little bit. I don't know, guys. Who in here thinks that Anne has something up her sleeve? Clarabelle was found alive.
Can't say I think, but I hope she has something up her sleeve.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with it too. That's awesome. That is great news, Kent. Thank you so much for that. She doesn't bring it up. She can't use it on appeal later. That's why I feel like there's something maybe that she's got her hooks into that makes her super confident, folks, and she's not worried at all about this. That's kind of more of a wishful thinking thing, but I don't know. It doesn't matter. Hippler will reject. Not necessarily, Carolyn. Not necessarily. Don't go there.
I mean,
yet.
if they've got a DNA match on that, the stuff under Maddie's fingernails, that's all it's going to take. I mean, they can't deny that, right?
What if they found some other DNA under some other fingernails or something like that? You know what I mean? I know these are reaching wishful thinking thoughts, but
well, we know in the court documents the defense had access and did run tests on the samples under Maddie's fingernails in order to rule Bryan out. So we know they had access to that. Did they have access to the blood on the handrail, the blood on the glove, and potential? I'm still a little bit unclear what exactly was on the sheath, but wasn't there other genetic material that wasn't Bryan's on the sheath?
There was other blood, I believe, on the sheath, yeah.
So I'm not sure if they were ever given access to that. And the question would then be, why wouldn't they be? But, it's hard to pretend like you'd be surprised if they didn't get access to that. But we know they had access to the stuff under Maddie's fingernails. We know they have genetic genealogists on staff, that Vargas and what's Bicabarlo and these types. I don't know how long that takes, but they've had 6 to 8 months now to work on that.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking to see if we have any kind of other update stuff with this.
I mean, they should have been given the paperwork and the work product for the genetic genealogy to match Bryan, to vet that, to see if they could verify it was done properly. Mm-hmm. Especially when it gets to those 4 brothers, when they had zeroed in on 4 brothers and then they veered off to Bryan instead of isolating those 4 brothers. I mean, maybe they just took one wrong turn on one wrong allele or whatever those things are.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I mean, maybe it is one of those 4 brothers. We never did get a name for those 4 brothers, did we?
No, they were never brought back up. Never. It's interesting too. One more
it would
thing.
Be interesting to know the name of those 4 brothers.
Yeah, yes, it definitely would. And how, if there's a relation to anyone, yes, I agree. Um, I don't know. I don't know. Hostile witness. Huh. Hold on. I got a email sent to me. 1 second. No, I understand, Jen. A lot of us are. A lot of us are. What is?
I guess I've been saying for a long time that I think the only way Bryan gets off on this is if they can come up with a smoking gun. I don't think they're going to get off just based on lack of evidence. I think they need to. I think it's very much like the Karen Reed case. They have to hit home runs. And even in the Karen Reed case, even with the state's witnesses being a calamity of errors and lying about the resumes, they still deliberated for 2.5 days, right? So
wait, who? The Reed?
the jury in the Karen Reed case.
That was. I think today was the 4th day.
Well, that's what I mean. So it's not like a slam dunk, like they won in a blowout. They just eked out a victory, and if she got the drunk driving charge on top of that, it's still a victory, but it's not a not a clean victory.
A clean slate would have been a complete and total clean victory. Yes.
But I mean, look at how difficult it was, and look at that all-star team of attorneys she's got.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, I think Yannetti's a big fancy lawyer in the Boston area. Alan Jackson's, top 5 or top 10 in America probably. But Alessi almost seemed like he might have been the best out of all of them. I don't know how famous he is or how much money he charges, but he put it this way: his stock just went up because
definitely will be after today.
I think a lot of people that watched that case closely felt that Alessi was the better of the three.
Yeah.
Anybody in chat have any opinions? Who you thought was better, Alessi, Jackson, or Yannetti?
Hold that.
I'm interested.
That answer. I'll be right back. I gotta let my dog in.
I'm interested to hear from the chat if you guys thought that Alessi was better than Jackson or Yannetti, or if any of those three you thought were better. We can discuss that. What do you think, Seahawks fan? You tell me. Alan Jackson because he's handsome, Yannetti because he's cool, or Alessi because he's a smarty pants? Pretty tough to beat Alan Jackson. I mean, that guy's pretty cool. Action Jackson. Well, nobody cares about my questions about the Karen Reed team, apparently. They should start their own firm, the three. Yeah, unfortunately, I think they're all from separate. I think Alessi's from New York. Alessi, in my opinion, was the best. Yeah, no, a lot of people feel that way. But yeah, I think Action Jackson's from California, so he's probably going to want to go back to California. And Alessi, New York, I believe it is. I guess New York and Boston aren't that far away. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think that she'll get money somehow, Karen Reed. I think that Jackson and the team might have cut her a break on some of it, or they might be waiting for her to get some television deals or something like that, and they'll be part of that. I think she's going to be okay. I think between her supporters, she's famous now. There probably will be interview deals all around America now. I'm sure they'll have her on a lot of morning shows and stuff. she'll probably be okay. And her parents have money anyways, so I don't think we need to feel sorry for her. Most expensive DUI very illuminating how corrupt that legal system is in Canton, Massachusetts. But then again, I mean, it doesn't look any better in Idaho, does it? Or in Indiana with in Delphi, Indiana. So yeah, of all the people around the country that get free money, she deserves it. Well, that's 100% true, because it was obviously part of the Commonwealth strategy was to bleed her dry, right? They wanted to delay and force her to spend more and more money. And I think they were perfectly willing to try her again if the jury was hung and really bleed her dry. She does deserve the money.
I think she's going to be quite well off, to be honest with you, from this point on. I think there's going to be stories and movies, and she'll be covered. And she's got a lot of supporters that are really behind her 10,000%. So I think she'll be good. For sure.
Isn't it unfortunate, though, how much support she gets and how little Bryan gets? You know, like how many of us are sending Bryan money or sending Bryan's lawyers money?
Right.
There's a lot of the people that supported Karen Reed could support Bryan for the same reasons, but choose not to. And a lot of the people that support Karen Reed think that she's guilty, or think that Bryan's guilty, and they don't seem to draw a connection between Karen Reed getting railroaded by the same system. They look at Bryan and he's not a pretty girl, so we're not going to give him the benefit of the doubt. The system's not screwing him over because he's a weirdo. Just look at him. And I think that's what goes through their minds too. And
well, he does have some support. He's got supporters, people that are sending him commissary money and doing this and doing that, but not anywhere near.
Nothing in comparison to the Karen Reed support, though. And like I said, my problem is a lot of them are law tubers, and I won't mention any names, but there's a few guys out there that are dudes with channels of 50,000, 100,000 subs, and it's almost kind of creepy how much they like Karen Reed. Like they're like infatuated with her, and I think that's kind of creepy, to be honest with you.
It's a lot creepier. Yeah, it's a lot creepy. I agree with you. It's very strange. Very strange.
I mean, I consider myself a Karen Reed supporter, but not because I, fancy her in any way. I mean,
not that way with me either.
By the way, she's about 20 years too old for me. Anyways.
I just don't see not to be rude, and I'm not trying to sound rude or mean, but I just don't see whatever these guys that are like head over heels for her. I don't see what they see. It's not I don't know. I've looked and I'm like, I'll call an attractive woman, but that just doesn't fit for me. It is what it is. I don't know if it's because I am that into my wife that I don't see anything else. Like, I mean, I've looked at like Ann Taylor. There's something about her that's attractive to me. I don't know if it's the powerfulness or whatever. I don't know, but and my wife knows that. We've talked about it. That's what she thinks. She goes, because she's an attorney and she's an independent, strong woman. I said, that could be what it is, because that's why I was attracted to my wife. I just don't see it with Karen. She's not like some of these guys I've seen them. Oh, I love her. She's the, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, why? Maybe it's her attitude. Maybe it's her personality. I don't know, who knows?
She's got a pretty feisty, she looks like she probably drinks like a fish and swears like a trucker. Yeah. Which some guys like. I like quieter, more feminine women that don't swear like truckers. But I just think getting infatuated over somebody in one of these cases is weird. I really do.
Right? Yeah, it's not. That's weird. Well,
I don't know. Maybe people would say I'm infatuated with Alan Jackson in a bromance kind of like. That dude's cool kind of thing. Yeah,
but I think I can understand that though, because in the same sense, he is that feisty, powerful, you ain't gonna win with me type personality. I like that kind of thing too. I think those guys are great to be in law, people like that. you know, the Johnny Cochran arrogant cockiness type thing. Those are the guys that win. I mean, it's just how it is because they don't put up with no, you know. And I thought, and I think in some senses, Ann's like that too. I think if I hate saying this because I feel like I'm right and I'm wrong. There's an intimidation factor between her and Hitler in some sense, I think. I don't know how to pinpoint it and exactly show you what I mean. But I also feel like she's also plays. I could be wrong with this. I could just again, this could be just wishful thinking that Anne plays that role some ways with him in a sense when she's got something going on in the background that she's absolutely confident about, knowing that he's going to act a certain type of way with her. She's going to play that card then. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of how I take her to an extent. And I hope I'm right. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I have different thoughts about some of this stuff. I look forward to seeing what the Fruit Loops say about her case. Oh, Jesus. Brewski of all people. Like, that dude.
Yeah, I prefer the law tubers that are infatuated with Karen than the Brewskis and the Gray Hughes of the world. That's for sure.
Yeah. JJJ. Judge John Judge. Yes. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. I'm gonna think positive thoughts and see what happens. Now, somebody sent me this in an email. This came out 8 days ago. I don't know, Jesse, have you followed anything with that other channel, the Idaho 4 Revealed?
I think I've seen it, but I don't think I've seen any other work.
I don't know. I haven't got to see this, and it looks somewhat interesting. It's got a bunch of different jumbled things in it. And I'm curious. I wanted to review it, I guess, with you guys since it was sent to me while we're talking on this topic, and it includes everything. It's got, part of the Steve Gonsalves World Tour. It's got different things about Anne, and so on and so forth. It says, and I don't know. Would you be interested in reviewing it with me and talking about it?
Sure. All
right. Let's see what it is. Again, the channel's Idaho 4 Revealed, guys. A lot of people have said that they put out some interesting. I've watched a few of their things, and they're okay. You know, I don't have any issues. So, give me one.
You did like Devil's Advocate, right?
Yeah, I did watch that.
You played his he did a top 10 list or something. What it was it you played?
It was the
your theories, your top 10 theories, or
it kind of
something like that.
It reminded me of you 2 years ago putting out your the list you put out. Remember?
I've been thinking about doing a new one lately, but
I like.
But he did one that I liked just the other day. The stupidest things the Guilters say. It was quite good.
I haven't seen that. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, but I'm interested to see what you got going here.
Yeah, I am too. Thank you to have sent me this. I appreciate you. Give me 1 second here to get this loaded. And we can definitely review. It gives us something else to add into our conversation along with the things that we've seen recently. Okay. 1 second here. Yes, we've heard it. We were just talking about it, JC. And by the way, the link is pinned at the top, guys. If anybody does choose to join us once we're talking about this. Yeah, I think we're all kind of grateful that Karen got what she got. Like I said, I would have liked to see her get a complete clean slate on everything because I don't think she deserved any of that. But I'll take what we can get at this point. You know what I mean? Because there's no way that woman did what they accused her of, in my opinion. So interestingly enough, this starts right off with this. You gotta love it. It's called The Hostile Witness. Questions to consider because of Steve G's efforts. Well, I'll just let it play.
Welcome back. This is the part of the program where I reveal something else you need to know. And tonight it's something that's creating a lot of buzz in a lot of places. Let's take a look. But it's an apparent false report. This is coming from Airmail, which has an article, The Eyes of a Killer, that is saying that Steve Gonzalez, Kelly Gonzalez's father, has indicated certain things about this story. He says it's all false. Let me read you first from the article. This is from the article that Steve Gonzalez says is false. Yet Steve had been told that the two survivors had allegedly not only been awake while the killings had taken place, but they had heard everything. More astonishingly, his grand jury sources alleged that the two girls had been texting one another as the murderer methodically went from one room to the next. That is absolutely shocking, that the two survivors in that University of Idaho house were texting during the murders. But now we got a statement from the Gonzalez's family. As is common in these situations, people try to make money off of the dead. It's a free world and people can write and say pretty much anything they want these days. Most of the time, my family and I just ignore the chatter and the noise, but lines have to be drawn somewhere. I was recently sent an article on Airmail by Howard Blum describing Kaylee apparently quoting me and completely making up a fictional story about FBI letters, etc. Mr. Blum recently has used the murders to get back into the spotlight, appearing on an NBC show as well as a book he's writing. He has reached out through our attorney several times to speak to us, but we have declined. I just want to make it very clear to the public that we have not spoken to Mr. Blum about the death of our daughter. In his article, he writes as if he were Mr. Gonzalez and has gone through the tragedy of having a murdered daughter and what he's experienced and is still experiencing. There's nothing more grandstanding and a very, very poor attempt at getting attention. The piece is obviously fictional, but written in poor taste. The Gonzalez family would ask that everyone please respect the victims of this tragedy and continue to support trustworthy journalism. So if you're seeing these articles flash across your news feed, that the girls were texting each other, the two survivors in that house, while their four friends were getting murdered, it did not come from Steve Gonzalez. He says it is all fiction.
And we all know now that that's a lie. so be it. There's lie number one. See how many lies we can count.
A false report.
Shannon, my lawyer, told her job is to get everyone to forget. Her job is to stretch this out so long that the witnesses don't even remember what happened or they're not crisp on that stand. So,
in court on Wednesday, you and your wife, Christy, were visibly upset. That must have been a really tough hearing to come out of.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit used to the delays and the tactics that are being used.
Good point.
I was on with Kate Outcast last night, and he said something very similar.
Yeah, definitely.
More details I did not expect to hear, and they're kind of confusing, I'll be honest with you. The story that the surviving roommates tell in these documents is that they actually saw Xana. They saw her lying down in her room, so the door had to have been open. All this time, we've all been imagining that Xana and Ethan were behind a locked door, and that's why no one could get to them, and thought there must be something wrong. We'll call 911.
And that, my friends, if you don't know, that came directly from this man and his wife. To Drunk Turkey. That's where that first came from. That door was shut, and that is why Hunter showed up over there. So I kind of like the fact that Smashley here is kind of propositioning him with that question. I love that.
This is the telling the quiet part out loud.
Yes. And if you watch his face, just watch what he does.
611. Was this a surprise to you to hear this detail?
Yeah. I actually talked to Hunter a little bit back very beginning, and I remember him saying something about the doors, and I, not knowing the details, thought he was speaking of the outside door.
Bullshit.
Everybody hit that red button, turn on your bullshit meter, okay? That man just looked everywhere but at that camera when he said that. Left, right, up, and down, and not straight ahead, just so you know. That's a lie. That's an absolute lie. And deflection. Yes, Luz. Definite deflection.
So now, now looking back, I said, oh, the door being open, he was referring to the bedroom door, not that outside door, because there was reports of the outside door being open. And I was like, okay, so that's true. That's how you can get things wrong. Somebody tells you the door's open, you assume it's the front door, and it was actually the bedroom.
And now he's over explaining the reason why he did it, which tells you once again, it's not true. Over explaining it. No need for that.
So
I'll answer the last part there just because it's at the front end of my mind. We're not 100% sure if the door was unlocked, but there was no damage to anything, and the door was still open when we got there.
Oh, I know when I was 19, I made some stupid, crazy decisions that make no reflection on the person I am today, because I just didn't have life experience. So I give the same grace to anybody who's probably under the age of 25, to be honest, especially for guys. I know girls start making more logical decisions earlier in life than at least I did, but I know guys can.
And let's go ahead and start with the first one. And give me just a second to pull this up so we're looking at the same thing together at the same time. So there are what I'm going to call basically 7 critical facts that were reported that are either new or there's more information about them, things that really matter. The first is that according to the article, Steve Gonsalves was talking privately to an FBI agent who was hiding it. So this is what the article said, but not all of Steve's investigative efforts have been in vain. He had assembled a retinue of blue chip sources that, he revealed to several friends, included an FBI agent in the St. Louis office who had shared his personal email so that his bosses in the Bureau wouldn't learn that he was communicating with Steve. A handful of additional sympathetic law enforcement officers, and then I'm going to leave the next one for my next point. So according to this, there was actually an FBI agent communicating directly with the father, that he was having one-on-one conversations with him, and knowing that that would be looked on with disfavor by his boss, he was doing it privately with his personal email. So that's pretty important information. It, you would think, would only come from an inside source, because who else would know about it? It could, of course, have serious ramifications for the FBI agent, who could get in trouble if anyone found out about that. So now the second really important fact, I'm going to dwell on this a little bit. I'm going to give you every place where the article talks about it so you can kind of evaluate it for yourself. But the second thing is the suggestion, the statement that Steve Gonsalves had grand jury sources that he learned from people who had spoken to grand jurors. It's not really clear that he talked directly to them. So we'll get into that. And let me show you what the different statements are right here in this one we're already looking at. And most helpful of all, a conduit to 2 of the grand jurors who have been on the panel that have voted to indict Bryan Kohberger. Now, it doesn't say that Steve Gonsalves spoke directly to the grand jurors, but it says he had a conduit. In other words, someone who was talking to 2 of the grand jurors, or at least 2 people who claimed to be the grand jurors. And in the process, he had compiled some startling revelations. So that's the first thing that's said about his contact with the grand jury. Now, the second one, even, and I'm pulling this out from the article so you can understand what the allegations are about communications with the grand jury. Even more troubling, if true, was what Steve had learned from people who had spoken to members of the grand jury who had been presented with the prosecution's case. It centered on the alleged behavior of the two roommates who had miraculously survived the night unscathed. And I'm going to, well, I'll go ahead and read. How, he wondered, could they have slept blissfully unaware through the savage pre-dawn stabbing murders of 4 people in a narrow house with paper-thin walls? So notice here what it says about the communication is that he learned from people who spoke to members of the grand jury. Again, not a direct communication that he had with someone with the grand jury, but there was someone or some group of people in between. That's the insinuation here. And then we'll go to the 4th one. Yet Steve had been told that the 2 survivors allegedly had not only been awake while the killings had taken place, but that they had heard everything. More astonishingly, his grand jury sources alleged that the 2 girls had been texting one another as the murderer methodically went from one room to the next. So again, talking about grand jury sources, and this time it calls them his grand jury sources, but there's no statement that he communicated directly with the grand jury. And I think that's relevant because of what some of the claims have been, what some of the media sensation has been about.
Charge. Kohberger's attorney, Ann Taylor, said he stood silent to preserve his right to challenge the indictment. But the information the defense is using to support their claims is sealed. A hearing on that motion is closed to the public this Thursday, an incredibly rare occurrence in a criminal case. So what could possibly happen at that hearing?
I would imagine that there is going to be evidence presented, whether that is through documentary evidence.
Look at those lips.
Live testimony, right? But when you have the emotion of this nature, it's not something that the defense can just theorize about, right? And to make this argument and to ask the court to make the ruling to ultimately dismiss the indictment in this case, it can't be theoreticals and it can't be hypotheticals. I would imagine that the defense has to have some real concrete evidence to show this is what happened, judge, or these series of things are what happened. And this is why this indictment cannot stand. I mean, this in my mind is not a case this motion is not a situation where it can just be legal theory and argument. You're going to have to present to the judge some absolute concrete evidence, testimony, and otherwise to convince the judge there is something that occurred that warrants the dismissal that the defense is seeking in this case.
So the third matter that I think is really important in terms of what he says, you've already seen, which is that the roommates were awake, that they heard everything, and that they were texting each other. We'll get into that another day because honestly, that's an entire video to talk about what the significance of that would be for the case. But that was the third issue I thought was raised in the article that was new.
Shocking new revelations in the brutal murders of 4 Idaho college students last fall. A new report claims the 2 roommates who survived the massacre were awake and texting each other while their 4 friends were stabbed to death one by one. This new revelation reportedly coming from grand jurors on the case and leaked to family members. Now, the only suspect, Bryan Kohberger, is still awaiting trial. According to the probable cause filing, one surviving roommate says she witnessed the killer, described as having, quote, bushy eyebrows, walking past her and then out of the home. Prosecutors say they do have Kohberger's DNA found on a knife sheath left under one of the victims, and the judge has entered a not guilty plea on Kohberger's behalf. Let's bring in Misty Maris, legal analyst and trial attorney. Misty, thank you so much for your time. So this is a new twist. It allegedly comes from grand jurors in the case, but no one is going on record. What was your initial reaction to this potential bombshell?
As far as this is concerned, it's really difficult to verify whether this information is actually true. So let's go through a little bit of the history of the case. When the news first broke about this terrible, tragic killing, we learned that there were 2 roommates who survived the attacks who were in the house at the time. Now, at first we heard that they were both asleep. They didn't wake up till the following day. Then hits the probable cause affidavit. Well, the story begins to change. One of the roommates now had this encounter where she sees the assailant in the house that evening. So this is a dramatic change from the information that was set forth in that probable cause affidavit, if it were in fact the case that the 2 roommates were awake and texting during that time. So what does it mean for the case? Well, that would certainly be contemporaneous evidence relayed in those text messages as to what the 2 roommates heard and saw that night. Now, again, we haven't verified whether or not this is true, and we likely won't know until the trial actually unfolds. But it would certainly be a game changer for the prosecution.
Well, it certainly would, Misty. And we know that there is, a gag order in this case. That's, a fact that we need to remember. So what happens if someone keeps leaking information, whether or not it's true, and even if they're doing it anonymously?
If the leaker is a grand juror, there are very, very strict rules about what grand juries can say in the public sphere. Now, those rules change jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but Idaho has a similar rule to New York. Grand jurors are not allowed to speak to anybody about the evidence that they see in the courtroom, about the deliberations as far as coming to that conclusion of actually coming back with an indictment. So this would all be completely off limits if, in fact, a grand juror was leaking this information. And there could be serious repercussions. It could be contempt of court. It could put the whole indictment at issue, depending on the nature of the communication. So that is certainly a problem. The gag order is really far and really expansive with respect to the prosecution, the defense, and any statements made or evidence that comes into the public sphere. So yes, there are very serious repercussions as far as contempt of court type charges and even jail time that could be associated with that. Now, that being said, anonymous leakers are sometimes, number one, difficult to verify and sometimes difficult to identify. So it truly depends on the nature of the communication and whether or not that person can actually be tracked down. But keep in mind, anything that comes out in the public outside of the courtroom could potentially find its way into the trial, depending on how this happens and how the information has come to light.
Yeah.
So the other surprising detail that just gave me a lot of pause was the fact that the girls were all upstairs in Kaylee's room talking. The roommates, Bethany and Dylan and Maddie and Kaylee, at 2:00 in the morning. They'd all been out. They'd all come back, except Xana hadn't come back yet with Ethan.
Hang on, let me back that up so we can all get a good... it went too fast for me. So 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Coronado returned to the King Road house. Also stated that Chapin did not live there. Okay.
Could you imagine if Bryan was changing his story this often?
Oh, I know.
As these timelines and all these stories have changed?
They would already have him hung, Jesse. Think about it. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This is interesting. I like this so far, though. It's interesting. The way that they're bouncing through all these pieces of info and showing you what's wrong and what's not.
It kind of gives you a picture of Steve G. Getting information from law enforcement, putting it out in the public, only to have it getting debunked very quickly and easily. And it sort of lets you know this is what they're working with, right?
And that's what it puts it all together. So you see it as a conglomerate, not just a little bits here and there. As some people are saying, well, it's just every now and again, but it's really not. Okay. Really not. That's why I like this. This is good. Thank you again for sending this to me. I appreciate it very much.
And they were all talking, as you know, college kids do. Night is still young at 2 a.m. And they were thinking of going back out again, going back out to maybe go to the food truck and get, another round of late night food.
2 a.m. is a dark hour. I can tell you that. We're all.
And I just was sort of gobsmacked by this moment of how possibly things could have been different. Have you gone over this sort of theory in your mind?
You know what? I have, but it's hard I can't go there really. I don't try to think of all the what ifs. What I try to think of is what's the positive aspect of this? And to me, it makes that timeline that much tighter. It proves that DM was in the house, sent a text to the same driver that Kaylee used, which is a friend of the house that they've all used. It backs up all these narratives and things that I know to be factual. And it helps put another piece in the puzzle. And that's one thing I've always said is if you're innocent, you want the evidence to come out because the evidence is going to prove it's not going to fit you. You're going to be able to be like, well, they got all this evidence. I'm innocent, so it's not going to fit me. So let's just rip through this evidence and figure out where I can say that's not me. But in this case, that's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to get everything tossed out because every piece of information, whether it's DM contacting the driver and saying, hey, are you still around? Which backs up a story that, let's be honest, the 19-year-old didn't know they're going to go through her phone. They're going to track it. There was this CAS system. They're going to go all through this house. Know when they went upstairs, went downstairs. They didn't know any of this. And they're not talking about cleaning up
Oops. Oh, my goodness. That was a slip.
Was sort of gobsmacked by this moment of how possibly things could have been different. Have you gone over this sort of theory in your mind?
You know what? I have, but it's hard I can't go there really. I don't try to think of all the what ifs. What I try to think of is what's the positive aspect of this? And to me, it makes that timeline that much tighter. It proves that DM was in the house, sent a text to the same driver that Kaylee used, which is a friend of the house that they've all used. It backs up all these narratives and things that I know to be factual. And it helps put another piece in the puzzle. And that's one thing I've always said is if you're innocent, you want the evidence to come out because the evidence is going to prove it's not going to fit you. You're going to be able to be like, well, they got all this evidence. I'm innocent, so it's not going to fit me. So let's just rip through this evidence and figure out where I can say that's not me. But in this case, that's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to get everything tossed out because every piece of information, whether it's DM contacting the driver and saying, hey, are you still around? Which backs up a story that, let's be honest, the 19-year-old didn't know they're going to go through her phone. They're going to track it. There was this CAS system. They're going to go all through this house. Know when they went upstairs, went downstairs. They didn't know any of this. And they're not talking about cleaning up
Well, did Hunter tell you that he was able to open the door to Xana's room and witness Xana and Ethan in there?
He told me that went to the door and he was trying to go through that door and he was trying to figure out what was going on in there. It's kind of like what you're hearing with that audio. He announced himself. He said, "Hey, I'm here. What's going on?" But they didn't respond. And he went in there. He seen something, and I think around 2:15.
Well, did Hunter tell you that he was able to open the door to Xana's room and witness Xana and Ethan in there?
He told me that he went to the door and he was trying to go through that door and he was trying to figure out what was going on in there.
You mentioned in a statement today that you think Hunter Johnson protected those girls. I mean, listen, I don't know what happened, but I'm trying to piece this together like a puzzle, and it sure feels like he knew something and he protected Bethany from knowing. Do you think that he went up to the third floor and may have seen what happened to Kaylee and Maddie and therefore said, "Get out, get out, get out," but did not tell Bethany and did not tell Dylan?
I talked to Hunter directly, and it sucks. He had a broken soul. This is a man who's seen his best friend dead, like dying, like gone.
One more question that he avoided.
Why did Ashley say, I think that Hunter was trying to protect Bethany from knowing? It's like you're trying to bend over backwards and do backflips to make the story fit the official narrative. What information? What are you basing that on? I think this because it's supposed to be that. I think it's disgusting.
It is beyond disgusting.
And Steve is obviously lying here. He's obviously caught in a lie. It's obviously completely opposite of what he previously stated. And the idea that, well, see, this is how things that can go wrong. Somebody tells you it's the door and you assume that it's a different door. This is a murder investigation. This is your daughter's life. Right. You're telling me you didn't care enough to figure out what door it was and you were just so aloof that it just was. I mean, I'm assuming if you're going to ask Hunter Johnson what happened, you're going to grill him on every single detail, and you're not going to miss anything. You're not just going to take a half-assed story and not even know what doors he's talking about. That's bullshit.
That was a quick fix because he knew he was caught in that question. That's all that was.
And again, there's no talk of Ethan and Kaylee and Maddie. It's all just Xana drank too much and she's passed out. And that entire narrative makes no sense. It makes no sense that there's how many people there now? We're starting to hear that there was other people. It was Hunter, Emily, Josie, probably a few more, Dylan and Bethany. And they're all just buying this Xana passed out drunk narrative, and nobody is saying, where's Ethan? Where's Kaylee? Where's Maddie? Nobody even mentions it. The only way that the only way that isn't top of mind, first thing on your mind, where are the other three, is if you already know and you're hiding. In my opinion, there's no other way. There's no other way.
Very good point, sir. Very good point. Nellie said, but Jesse, what if Hunter was lying after all the grand jury statement doesn't match the 911 call and he explained his prints and DNA on a knife?
I mean, I don't want to go there with the roommates actually having knives, and I'm more inclined to believe he grabbed a knife out of fear than anything else, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't, I'm not trying to blame anybody that was there for actually committing the crime. I'm only putting the blame on them for lying in the aftermath, because the information that I have, to me, screams they're lying. It screams inconsistencies. It screams that they had to know. There isn't really any information that says they did it, just that they, for whatever reason, they were lying about it. And why lie? Drugs to cover up a drug operation, drug use, drug sales, drug dealing, drug dealers' involvements, powerful people. You lie to protect powerful people.
I can believe in the theory that I heard that they were waiting there all that time, hoping that somebody was going to show up because there were so many people in and out of that house on a regular. It's a theory I heard that they were waiting somebody else.
We floated this, that they left the doors open, hoping that somebody would come, right?
And find the scene so they didn't have to be the one.
And then, 12 noon is right around the time, right? Where if nobody's arrived by noon, that means nobody's going to arrive, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what I mean. Like, that makes that whole 8-hour thing make some sense, because they don't want to be the ones to discover it. They don't want to be the ones to call it in. Maybe they weren't supposed to be those ones.
And it explains their demeanor, and they're calling other people to be there, and they're shying away from telling what's actually happened and talking about somebody being drunk and passed out.
Makes so much sense, Jesse. And I when I heard that theory, I was like, well, damn. Okay, I gotcha. You know what I mean? Makes perfect sense.
This is a community that doesn't know what murder is. They don't have any clue how to handle, public relations. It just doesn't really exist.
You got to remember, there's blankets, there's covers, there's the bed. So this person, they could have totally been covered up to where you just flip that blanket over and then all of a sudden you run.
Good way to
Understand
put it.
the impact of what really, really happened. They're not sleeping anymore. It is what it is.
One of America's best-selling authors is digging into the Idaho quadruple murder case. It's a case News Nation, particularly our Brian Enton, has led the way on reporting since the beginning.
We requested information from prosecutor Bill Thompson's office about his history with death penalty cases, but we were told that request was denied because of the Bryan Kohberger gag order.
Then there were also comments that were made where he said, I don't feel confident, being asked about how he felt about law enforcement. He said, and that's why I push the envelope and say a little bit more. I hate to be that guy, but everybody has a job and a role to play, and this is my role as the parent. He also, as we all know, opposed very vigorously the gag order that was applied to family members as well as to attorneys and to other people who might be witnesses in the case. His attorney tried to get clarification and even appealed it. But Gonsalves says this he didn't say. This is what he says. I'm going to show you his denial, and where he says, no, this isn't what I said. This is his response to the article that we just talked about in the statements that he supposedly made. He says, as it is common in these situations, people try to make money off of the dead. It's a free world, and people can write and say pretty much anything they want these days. Notice what he says there. He says he wasn't quoted. And I will say this, I think, as you could see in what I went through, it isn't clear that he's actually being quoted. Instead, it seems to be, it easily could have been that someone else talked to the reporter about what Steve said or did. For example, the text messages they say that the author says he has. We don't know those came directly from Steve. They could have come from some other way. And notice he says here that it's a fictional story about the FBI letters. I think they only mentioned one, but the story about the FBI writing a letter saying you can't contact this person, He's saying that's fictional, not true. He says, Mr. Bloom recently has used the murders to get back into the spotlight, appearing on an NBC show as well as a book he is writing. He has reached out through our attorney several times to speak to us, but we have declined. I just want to make it very clear to the public that we have not spoken to Mr. Bloom about the death of our daughter. In his article,
because they're working together now, Tony. That's the insane part. He denied it at first, and now they're working together. They came to an agreement. How about that one? You gotta love it.
writes as if he
for
were
a guy who says he doesn't want people making money off of the deaths of these students. He certainly seems to have no. I mean, it almost feels like he wants to be the only one allowed to make money off of it, because he certainly emphasized prioritizing making money himself off of it.
Right. Trolling account. There's no answer to it yet. He said he'd take it under advisement, and we'll find out soon. But the way he answered it, he said, just be prepared for the trial to start as it is scheduled. So we'll see. Yeah, Jesse, I got you. I agree with you.
And has gone through the tragedy of having a murdered daughter and what he has experienced and is still experiencing. And I will say it is written from the sense of how he would feel, what he would think, which could just be projection by the author, but the line is a little blurry there. This is nothing more than grandstanding in a very, very poor attempt at getting attention. This piece is obviously fictional, but written in poor taste. The Gonsalves family would ask that everyone please respect the victims of this tragedy and continue to support trustworthy journalism. And so in the airmail, and I'll go ahead and wait on that. So they did want to make a specific point that in that article that we just talked about, it does say airmail reached out to Steve for comment, but Steve's attorney said neither he nor his client can comment due to a gag order.
Pause it for a minute so everybody can read it. Steve and Christy, the parents of Kaylee, haven't left anything to chance after the judge issued a gag order to attorneys and law enforcement to preserve the right to fair trial. They drilled down on their own investigation and are now sharing what they believe the investigation found. Steve says he believes transparency is the best path to justice. That's hilarious. There's a statement there in the middle. It says the people think that the Gonsalves would want to learn the contributors of DNA under Maddie's fingernails. Steve Gonsalves says we're not going to just sit back and cross our fingers and pray that we're going to get justice. That's interesting.
A murder scene. They're not talking about what do we got to do. They're literally just girls being girls, sitting on a bed, talking, laughing, talking about let's go get some food. Let's not go to bed. It's 2 a.m. Let's go have some more fun. And I'm sure.
See, the way he describes this all the time, he still thinks that these are like 16-year-old girls. That's how he always describes Kaylee and Maddie and the situations they've been in. The walk to the grub truck, that whole would you say the Adam thing? Oh, it was just stupid girl stuff, and just like the motive for Bryan. Well, he was jealous of their relationship. The way he describes these girls is if he sees them like they're 16 years old. These are early 20-year-old college girls moving on, living their lives, are grown women. He's not accepting that. He's not describing that. As a parent, I can understand that, but I think he's doing it on purpose. That's my opinion.
Yeah, he's gaslighting for whatever reason.
Absolutely.
He's, and you've seen the shift in his behavior early on. He he did not appear to be on side of Dylan and Bethany. When he said some people got cleared too early,
Yep.
who is now he would never say that now. He's
No.
I don't know. I don't know if he's being paid off by the school, if they're just throwing money at him to keep him happy, or if he wants to tank the trial so that he can sue the university and the Moscow Police Department.
Right. Right.
They were very close to doing just that. And it's unfortunately they didn't. But on the one side it makes that house a little bit clearer and people know a little bit more what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, the what ifs are hard on this scenario as well because it's 2 a.m. And if they'd gone back out to the food truck, they might have been back by 3 or 3:30. And this monster, his timeline was 4 a.m. So it may not have made a difference, but it is just sort of an alarming thought that there was an idea to maybe leave the house. And who knows what might have happened.
Yeah, there's so much intrigue in this 6 or 8 hours that nobody called anybody. Perhaps there was something that we don't know about yet. Perhaps they were drinking, or not to impugn their integrity, but were they intoxicated on drugs or alcohol or something? That makes a lot more sense than this woman sees this attacker, or at least a stranger, in her house with a mask on, drives or walks by, and she does nothing for the better part of 6 or 8 hours. That makes no sense, and quite honestly, may well be fodder for the defense, because defense attorneys just look for anything to suggest an inexplicable event.
The fourth is that there was, according to what Steve Gonsalves thought, there was an informant. He felt like law enforcement had an informant. And this is what the article says. And I'll start. And in that, he talks about looking for answers. And in that dogged process, he, meaning Steve, came to believe that the government must have a protected source, an informant who could provide testimony that would tighten the screws that held together the case against Kohberger. Steve was determined to talk to them. He did not want to wait for the trial to get the knowledge he needed for his peace of mind. He needed relief now. So the article is saying that Steve Gonsalves came to believe that there was an informant, a person talking to law enforcement who had put together the case for them, had linked the murders to Kohberger. Now, we don't know anything about that person. That hasn't been included in the probable cause information. It hasn't been leaked to the media. No one in the public is talking about it. So there's no evidence of that. And so this is something that would be different, that would not come from the normal sources within the government or from the state. This would be something new and different. And there's a really strange statement next that but before he could make his move, in other words, to talk to this informant, as you just read, according to the article, he wanted to talk to them. Before he could get in a room and have a heart-to-heart talk with the witness, he was unexpectedly stopped in his tracks by the FBI. The Bureau had sent an official letter to Steve's attorney in Moscow, Shannon Gray, warning that if there were any attempt to contact the individual Steve had been pursuing, there would be legal consequences.
So the other surprising detail that just gave me a lot of pause was the fact that the girls were all upstairs in Kaylee's room talking. You know, the roommates, Bethany and Dylan and Maddie and Kaylee, at 2 o'clock in the morning, they'd all been out. They'd all come back, except Xana hadn't come back yet with Ethan.
Very good point.
Let's be honest, the 19-year-old didn't know they're going to go through her phone. They're going to track it. There was this CAS system. They're going to go all through this house. Know when they went upstairs, went downstairs. They didn't know any of this. And they're not talking about cleaning up a murder scene. They're not talking about, what do we got?
There it was. There it was. For those of you that didn't catch that, listen again. What he almost said, but didn't.
2 o'clock in the morning. They'd all been out. They'd all come back, except Xana hadn't come back yet with Ethan.
Let's be honest, the 19-year-old didn't know they're going to go through her phone. They're going to track it. There's this CAS system. They're going to go all through this house. Know when they went upstairs, went downstairs. They didn't know any of this. And they're not talking about cleaning up a murder scene. They're not talking about what.
There you go. Just saying. Something to definitely pay attention to.
Well, somebody was cleaning up a murder scene, and it sure sounds like somebody was cleaning up some drugs as well.
Very, very, very hugely possible, yes.
And the more I think about it, the more that Dave interview and his description of what was going on around there is really just fitting like a glove with all the timing, all the and then the most recent DoorDash driver. Not that I even believe that DoorDash driver is real or a real witness or
Right.
anything. But yeah, the fact that DoorDash driver is smashed out of her mind and talking about delivering DoorDashes at that hour while smashed out of her mind. It fits what Dave was saying about the dealers driving around at 4 a.m.
Right. Yes, sir. That's right, Kim. This monster who didn't even have a trial yet to prove that he's the monster. That's all they've done, degrade him as much as they can to make sure the public does it too.
And edit his photographs to make him look more sinister.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's a skinny, awkward-looking guy with a crooked nose, it's exactly why Karen Reed gets a big following and a bunch of support, because she's a pretty woman and he's a awkward-looking dude. Says a lot about society, the way that a lot of people treat Bryan Kohberger before they know anything about this case.
Right, and good point, Tony. If they were cleaning up rugs, then my theory that the helpers were paid in rugs for helping. That's a good theory. It really is interesting.
When he says helpers, does he mean the kids that showed up in the morning to go along with the 911 story?
Or whoever else could have been involved too, yeah. We don't know for sure exactly who was there and involved. There could have been more. I mean, there's new people popping up every day. That Josie girl had no idea who she was until now, so that's interesting. Just saying.
It'll be interesting to hear what comes out in that Prime special, because they're gonna trip up. They're gonna say things that let us know more truth, but the lies will expose more truth.
I agree with you. I'm waiting for it for sure.
They're literally just girls being girls, sitting on a bed, talking, laughing, talking about, let's go get some food. Let's not go to bed. It's 2 a.m. Let's go have some more fun. And I'm sure they were very close to doing just that. And it's unfortunately they didn't. But on the one side it makes that house a little bit clearer and people know a little bit more what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, the what ifs are hard on this scenario as well, because it's 2 a.m. And if they'd gone back out to the food truck, they might have been back by 3 or 3:30.
I did, Nellie. Thank you. No, Joe, we're not ending yet. No worries. Thank you for joining.
How far are we on that? You said it was a Tesla, right? How far is that from? Like quarter left? Yeah, I know.
Agree, Kate. That's what I've been saying, is the same people that support Karen Reed don't seem to care about Bryan. And it's really the same story. It's just, like I said, an awkward boy or a pretty girl.
Good point.
You've learned that Maddie was killed first and then your daughter. What was the scenario that was laid out for you?
We wanted to know where she was at and how this happened as much as they would be able to share with us. And they said she was in bed, and we're like, her bed, and they're like, no. So we're like, Maddie, because that's not unusual. They crash out in our house all the time together. 4 or 5 of the girls sleep in the same bed. I don't know how they do it. But so we got those details, and then we just, kept asking, and, it's the last moments of your daughter's life, and that some of that information could be helpful to the case. So, you want to make sure that enough that you could be helpful if there's a certain thing in the room that was missing. Things like that. Do we have pictures that they don't have access to that, Maddie Mae's room lays out like layouts of the room, if it changed, things like that. So yeah, we learned that they went for Maddie first.
And I just want a camera. I just want the truth. I just want everyone to see what's going on. That makes me radical. Okay.
Yeah, we learned that they went for Maddie first.
Can I respond to just me? Because she brought up the tattoos, and I definitely think that is totally bizarre as well. I might be the wrong guy to comment because, and Alicia's not going to like this because it's going to sound judgy, but I don't have any tattoos myself. I'm just the kind of guy that I think I look, people come across more professional without tattoos to me. So I would never get a tattoo anyways, but even if for people that like tattoos, this is a tragic thing. And do you want to be reminded of a tragedy? Like everybody else seems to want to get away from this and forget about it. And 10 days later to tattoo all those people's names on your leg, it's tying you to this tragedy forever now. I find it weird. I do find it pretty weird.
You're not the only one that said that. I've seen that said many times. So I get what you're saying. It makes sense.
And it seems like you're trying to prove something. Like that we care. Look at how much we care.
Yes, that's what I said myself. I said it could mean that they're, when they started being called into question, it could mean that they're like, no, look, we got the tattoo. We couldn't have done, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. That makes sense. It does.
The other thing is Showalter deciding to drive to Boise in the middle of the night. It's starting to feel like in the beginning, I thought maybe, the people on the 911 call or Dylan and Bethany, their immediate circle knew what was going on. But now it feels like Steve G's in on it. It seems like there's a large group of people that know more than what they're letting out. And Showalter fits in that group. And it seems like it's clearly establishing, not clearly, but perhaps establishing an alibi. Because who the hell gets in their car and starts driving at 2 a.m. to Boise? What is that, an 8-hour drive or a 5-hour drive or something?
I think it's 6 from there, but there was a statement I saw somewhere that, well, he wrote, if it's him for sure, in the 4chan that he didn't do that he didn't go to Africa, he didn't go to Boise, he just went home for the night right there. Is it true? I don't know. I don't know that it's true. We don't know. So, but if it's true, that's a very strange thing. I'll say that much for sure. I always thought that.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a murder and you happen to just get in your car and drive the opposite direction far away, right at the same time, to me, that's a red flag.
Yep. I agree with it. Definitely agree. It was rumor, but I don't know. At some point we'll find out, I'm sure, for sure. We'll see. We'll see. That's a good point. Candy says that if anything, Steve may be trying to protect his daughter's image, and that's fine. I understand that. maybe he felt like he had to because of this and that. I get that. I'd probably do the same as a father, but in the midst, don't lie about things in a case like this. Just say, listen, we need to put this to bed. I don't want this talked about out of respect for her, blah, 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 stuff or something like that is all I'm saying. So, hey, Joey, I don't know. There's a lot to this that makes sense, though, Candy, it does.
And the letter went on to make clear with an intimidating force the fact that Steve was the father of one of the victims gave him no dispensation from the legal consequences that accompany tampering with a government witness. Now, as I read that, I find that kind of confusing because I don't understand why Steve contacting an informant that he knew about would somehow compromise the protection of someone volunteering information. All I can assume is he shouldn't have even known who this was. So if he reached out to the person, they would know there was a leak within the law enforcement circles. And that's how Steve got the name and was able to go to them. That's the only thing I could think of. It seemed a little bit confusing as to exactly why the FBI would have a reason to write him. You're going to find out as soon as we get to his statement. Steve Gonsalves says this is nonsense, no such letter. So don't assume that it's true. What we're doing right now is going through the 7 brand new things, or at least really important extra details that we got as part of what the article was. So the 6th thing that was discussed is the receipt for the Dickies long-sleeved work uniform. Let's talk about that. According to what supposedly Steve Gonsalves learned from grand jurors, Kohberger had purchased a dark blue Dickies long-sleeved work uniform at the Walmart in Pullman, Washington, not long before the murders. The authorities had a copy, and I'm going to skip a little bit. The authorities had a copy of the $49.99 receipt, and they also now had a theory to explain how Kohberger had managed to escape from the crime scene without a scratch and without leaving an incriminating drop of blood in his getaway car.
There isn't something forensically like, I personally keep thinking, how did the killer get out the sliding door of the kitchen, get to the car, get into the car, get to wherever the dumping ground was to get rid of the bloody clothing, the knife, and all the other implements of the crime, and get back to an apartment. And if it's Kohberger's apartment, all without leaving a forensic trail that was, a beacon of blinking lights, because that didn't exist. And I keep wondering what did that killer do to hide those tracks so well?
It's what if I said the killer actually wrote what he would do? Because Bryan wrote a paper saying how he would go into a crime scene and not leave any evidence in that crime scene. So I think you just need to read what he wrote. He wrote exactly what he did, and he probably did more. Who knows what he learned in that Reddit post where he interviewed criminals that got caught or got away with different crimes. And, I believe he incorporated those into his night of action. So I think he came to that slider, opened it up whatever way he did, left it open, left some things out at that slider, part of his kit, part of his plastic bag, whatever it was, went in, did his thing, was covered in a Dickie outfit from neck to toe, had this hood thing on that they also got that coming to his house. If you attack this guy, you wouldn't scratch him. You wouldn't be able to get your hands on him. The only place would be his eyes.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are following new developments out of Idaho, where a court filing in the case against Bryan Kohberger is revealing some potentially bombshell DNA evidence. In the document that was filed last month and just unsealed yesterday, Kohberger's defense team reveals that there's a 3-person mixture in the DNA found underneath the left fingernail of victim Madison Moget.
Tonight, a new curveball in the case against accused murderer Bryan Kohberger. In a redacted court filing, his defense team says investigators recovered DNA from 3 unidentified individuals under the fingernails of victim Madison Mogan, who was stabbed to death along with Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin in an off-campus home at the University of Idaho. The defense arguing DNA test results were inconclusive and should be excluded at trial, saying it would mislead the jury. They also claim independent testing by the defense eliminated Kohberger.
Because police will often bag the hands of a murder victim, and for good reason. Because when people fight for their life, they will scratch and they will claw at their killer like their life depends on it.
But there isn't something forensically like, I personally keep thinking, how did the killer get out the sliding door of the kitchen, get to the car, get into the car, get to wherever the dumping ground was to get rid of the bloody clothing, the knife, and all the other implements of the crime, and get back to an apartment. And if it's Kohberger's apartment, all without leaving a forensic trail that was, a beacon of blinking lights, because that didn't exist. And I keep wondering, what did that killer do to hide those tracks so well?
It's what if I said the killer actually wrote what he would do? Because Bryan wrote a paper saying how he would go into a crime scene and not.
And this is absolutely not true, too, by the way, guys. That's not what he wrote, just so you know.
Leave any evidence in that crime scene. So I think you just need to read what he wrote. He wrote exactly what he did, and he probably did more. Who knows what he learned in that Reddit post where he interviewed criminals that got caught or got away with different crimes. And, I believe he incorporated those into his night of action. So I think he came to that slider, opened it up whatever way he did, left it open. Left some things out at that slider, part of his kit, part of his plastic bag, whatever it was.
All dressed, packing his little bag.
Went in, did his thing. Was covered in a Dickie outfit from neck to toe. Had this hood thing on that they also got that coming to his house. If you attack this guy, you wouldn't scratch him. You wouldn't be able to get your hands on him. The only place would be his eyes, and gloves on. I think people underestimate if you know what you're doing and you want to go in there and you got a mission and you've been planning it out.
So the 7th point is this one. For one thing, Steve, remains determined to make sure the authorities have arrested the right man.
And just a few more questions. Since Kohberger waived the speedy trial, I think we all thought maybe the trial was going to be really soon, and now it could be far away. I mean, how are you dealing with that? Are you still processing that? I mean, I feel for you guys having to continue to live in this weird legal limbo.
You give up all your notions of normal when something like this happens. And you hope that your community feels for you and embraces you, hugs you, and says, we're going to take care of this. You hope that your community says, we're here for you and we're going to make this right. And that's why I'm there, for them to have the vision and the cameras, and everybody needs to be in that room, because they're the ones that are wrapping their arms around me, Chrissy, and our children. They're saying, we're going to do, this is an outsider. He came here to hunt these dumb hillbillies and teach us about what he said was cloud computing and forensic. He thought he could come here and hunt dumb hillbillies and he could get away with this. And now that we have him caught, we need to be able to hold him accountable, and the community needs to be a part of that. And taking cameras out of there makes it a double standard. You can't say that they're accountable, yet they're not a part of it.
That was another thing that was always kind of hard for us, was
we felt like we picked a really safe state in a safe community. We left the city in California where we'd be awoken in different times of the night with sirens and shootings and things. So, and then when this happened, I was like, who in Idaho would do this? Who would be capable of doing that in our community? And I remember talking to one of the officers, and he was like, you know what? We worry that this person had been given warnings, and he'd gone to various people call in and say, my boyfriend's abusive, and he goes, a lot of times we've got to make determinations that they're safe. Sometimes it's exaggeration. Maybe somebody's had too much to drink. He goes, our worst fear, Steve, is that we let that person go, and he was truly a dangerous person, and we didn't recognize that. He goes, but if this person's an outsider, he goes, if they're not from this community, he goes, if they're from out of this state, we are going to bring it. We're going to bring it to this person if they came from out of this area to do this to our community. And I'm like, well, then that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping it's completely an outsider, so everybody knows that he didn't have to do this. This is a decision making that he did, and he picked the wrong community. And I had officers that were willing to go that extra mile, and that extra being offended to know that somebody thought that these cops were too small, they wouldn't be able to understand, he could out-trick them, outsmart them. It was a strategic move that somebody would do if they came from outside the community and then came to our community to do this. And I felt very confident that those officers would take that personal, and it wouldn't be like in a big city where they were like, this happens every weekend, they're overwhelmed, where this is like, this will change all those officers' lives. And I think you can see that when you go, there's a sense of purpose in their eyes. And
Can we pause for a second, Beto?
Of course, sir.
Just what Nellie said about Christy and Olivia calling Kaylee a brat.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was odd as well, but Ethan's parents still can't get over how Ethan's parents behaved after it. And I had a theory that they were disappointed in him with his choice of girlfriend, with the choices he was making, and this is just based on perceivably their lack of interest.
Yeah.
And the way they've handled it, just it seems like, I don't know. It seems like the way they would handle it if they were unhappy with his choices.
Mm-hmm.
But the Dickies suit is just, didn't they remove the Dickies suit, the receipt for the Dickies suit? Didn't they remove that from the evidence list? Like they're not even going to use that as evidence anymore?
Yep, that's my thought too, from what I understand.
I mean, I personally just think it's ridiculous to lean into this Dickies suit and to suggest that just because you have a Dickies suit on, you're not going to leave DNA at the crime scene. I mean, I'd love to go into death row and interview all these people up for murder charges and just explain to them that if only they had a Dickies suit, they wouldn't have to be sitting on death row anymore, and get their reaction to that.
Yeah. Absolutely. You still there?
Yeah, a Dickies suit, I don't see how that protects you from getting punched, kicked, clawed.
No,
raped.
you would need to have on a full tieback suit with a faceplate mask to be able to avoid all that. So that's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, I believe. Welcome, Aries. Good to see you, dear.
Did you all hear the rumor that Ethan called his parents for advice that night about the fight? If that is true, how Xana's father found out and wanted to go? I did not hear that rumor, but
Xana's father found out via Jasmine, Xana's sister. It was sent. There were pictures and things sent to her via Snapchat, I believe it was, and she told Jeff about it. Jeff called to check on her. That's how the whole "No, Dad, we're fine. We ordered pizza. We're watching a movie. We're home." That's how that came out. And I said in the very beginning that was probably to appease the parent and not have them worry about their child. Well, that's the whole story. It came full circle how that all went down. Because Jeff was going to go there if that was true, that there was a fight going on, and he was going to defend the situation. And he was out with Jasmine. They were out, I don't know if they're at a bar drinking or whatever together, and Jasmine said, "No, you've been drinking too much, Dad. It's fine. It's handled. It's good." They're home. They're
just
good.
feels to me like a lot of these theories we've had from the beginning are starting to fall into piece. More information's coming out, the 911 call, the text messages. We go back, we look at Dave's interview, Kim's interviews. I really think we're gonna crack this eventually, or at least we're gonna get I mean, think about how much we know now compared to how much we knew 2 years ago when Kim was on the show telling us these things, and we didn't know how to react to what Kim was saying. We didn't know. A lot of people thought that she was just making it up, right?
Yes, sir.
And now, knowing what we know now, we're going to know that much again in a year from now. I think whether they find him guilty or not, we're going to know more for sure.
Right. Absolutely, I agree.
And everything we've learned so far seems to have endorsed it's fitting in according to how we had projected it would.
Very good point. Very good point. Welcome, Sherry Ann. Good to see you. And I don't care what anybody says. That look has bothered me from the time that I saw this. Whether he's cleared or he's not cleared, that look. No. You can tell me I'm wrong all you want. Something is not right with the way he looked at him. Thank you, Circus Music. Appreciate that. Super chat. God bless. And thank you for joining us here today. I appreciate that.
While he has grown increasingly convinced that Kohberger was involved in the crime, Steve remains open to the possibility that others might also have been involved, according to texts provided to.
Now, this statement was back in the beginning. Not no mo. Not even close.
Airmail. Well, that's a bombshell, because up until now, the prosecution certainly has suggested that Bryan Kohberger did this alone, that no one else was involved. So this is suggesting that the father of one of the victims thinks maybe not. Maybe there were other people. It seems to him, it says quite possible that there were more perpetrators. So he is not convinced that the state has all of the people arrested properly.
The community needs to determine who this individual is. You cannot ask for the community to do the death penalty without their vision, without their support, without their understanding of all the aspects of the case. It's more than just the jury member.
So it was clear that he had not spoken directly to Steve from the article. But notice, let's go back to this. Notice what Steve Gonsalves said was fictional. He said the FBI letters were fictional. And he said that he seemed to say that a lot of it was false, but he did not specifically state that he did not talk either to grand jurors or in a roundabout way to grand jurors. He did not specifically deny that. He did specifically deny that FBI letter. He said that's fictional. And he wanted to make it really clear that he has not in any way violated the gag order by talking to the media or sending information directly to this reporter. So I think he was being very clear that this is, I know what my rules are, and I followed and obeyed my rules. Now, here is the statement that Bloom made. This is the reporter who wrote the article. He said, one, I have no wish to get into a.
There's a link pinned in the top of the chat. If you want to join us up here, you just have to come backstage and show your face one time to make sure that you're trying to show your face and not your waist. And then you're welcome to join us as long as you're not victim shaming and things like that. You're more than welcome to join us.
Public argument with Mr. Gonsalves. He and his family have already suffered too much pain. 2, we both agree on that I never interviewed him, as the article clearly states. And 3, my portrait of a grieving father was based on a trove of texts he wrote that were made available to airmail, his public statements, and interviews with people close to him. So now you have sort of the universe, the picture of what was said in the article and what Steve Gonsalves' take on that was, and then what the take from the reporter was. But now let's take a look. Let's look at the question of what would this mean? What does this mean for Gonsalves? What does it mean for the grand juror if a grand juror talked to him? What does it mean for the case? Is this significant? Is it small? What does it matter? So let's start with for Gonsalves or the grand juror. Now, at this point, and I'll go ahead and pull that out for now. At this point, let me just sort of describe the grand jury process, because if what happened is true, then that's not how things are supposed to work. A grand juror should not be talking to a family member about what happened within the grand jury. Now, the way a grand jury works in general is that the judge is present as the jury members are impaneled, but the judge isn't present as the prosecutor presents evidence. The defendant isn't present. The defendant's lawyer isn't present. The attorneys for the witnesses are not present. The only people who are present are the grand jurors, the prosecutor, and whoever is testifying or talking to them about evidence. That's who's present.
I will sit here. I will speak to every single microphone, every single camera before I go to court and after I go to court. If you force me to do it, I'd rather the courtroom speak for itself than me. I don't want to speak. I'm actually quite a private man. But if you force me to protect my daughter, then I will speak at every moment that I have.
In the statement, Steve, it says that the case is surrounded by secrecy. Can you elaborate on that a little more? Like what you guys meant by that?
I've talked with multiple family members, and I want to be respectful for everybody's viewpoint. And there is some fear that the cameras will record things that are gross. You know, they're not ready to have their friends and family members come to them and say, hey, did you hear about this or that? And I understand that. I really do. So they come to me, and I reflect what they're saying. I absorb it, and then I also tell them from a legal perspective, from my lawyer counsel. It's hard to really argue what a camera is going to be in a courtroom negatively. You know, like, we're here asking for somebody in the community to judge this individual. So let's just hang it out. America. Let's show every aspect and every fact that I feel is a fact. The community should agree that that is a fact, whether it's DNA or whatever it is.
Okay, I have an opinion about that. That's the old one that we keep on talking about, that something's going to be gross, but listening to it carefully. And I don't know if this was just by design. He didn't want to include Kaylee, but he made it sound like it's not Kaylee. It would be Maddie, or it would be, one of the other girls in that
Somebody
house.
else, yeah.
Somebody else, not Kaylee. Basically, OnlyFans or whatever, selling sex.
Yeah.
Some
right.
kind of selling of sex, and that they've approached him to try and protect them from airing that out.
Could be.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Well, he did make that statement. There's some people be dragged through the mud. It's going to be kind of gross. It's going to be I mean, that's what it led me to believe. It doesn't even have to be the way he thinks.
But I mean, drugs aren't gross.
No,
you know what I mean?
No, not at all.
The only thing that I can think of gross, in Steve's opinion, is sex.
That's how his in something, or even if it would, what the hell is that called? The sugar babies thing, where they just go on dates and this and that. The way he perceives things is part of the problem. But yeah, Sarge said the same thing too. That have a good night, Joey. That society has been so sexualized, and there's a lot of that out there. The OnlyFans, the taking pictures and selling them, and going on these dates, whatever, dressing up, things like that. That does make some sense.
I'm pretty sure those sugar daddy sites are more than going out for dinner. Let's put it that way. But yeah, something along those lines.
Well, the way we looked at it a couple years back is it's like an escort thing. You go out to dinner, you go to like big meetings. You basically you're eye candy for somebody on the arm of the guy, older guys and whatever. If more came from it, I don't know, but I'm sure that these old perverted men that do these things have the ability to try. That's for damn sure. You leaving, Leah? Or no? You're tell Joey. Okay, I see you guys. There you go. So yeah, these things are definitely theories that are out there, guys, for sure. I don't know, Rach. That's a good point too. That's a good point. Very good point. Now, this is true too. Tonka says both universities and law enforcement in both communities were under federal investigation for title. I'm not very good with Roman numerals right now, but I can't say it in Article 18 violations. But that is there's parallel title. What is IX? I can't remember.
Title 9.
9, is it 9? Okay, I wasn't sure if it was 9 or 11. Or 10. I mean. Anyway, but the parallel investigations going on there at that point in time, it's interesting. You know what I mean? So is that what this was right here? And was that is there a relation from that to this? There very well could be. Hey, Kim, Crafts and Crimes in the house, or not Kim, Crafts and Crime. Good to see you. Sorry, but you're okay. What happened to Dylan Mort? Oh, I don't know. They probably didn't think I was going to have them come up, or they didn't want to show their face. That's probably usually what happens. So no worries.
A lot of people on Twitter that have big talk that don't want to come on a panel.
Agreed. Hang on a minute. I don't know what this is doing.
So this is a really different sort of process. It isn't a trial. No one goes to jail based on the grand jury's decision. The grand jury is only deciding whether or not there is probable cause for the prosecutor to take this to a trial jury, and then to have the trial jury decide guilt or innocence. Then that's where the decision is made about guilt or not guilt. That's not made at the grand jury stage. It's just preliminary. And so let me add this back and show you my NETS document on that. Give me just a second. So I want you to see what the rules, the Idaho rules are about grand jury and grand jury secrecy. First of all, the selection of the grand jury must take place in a closed session. This is selecting them with a district judge, prosecuting attorneys, prospective jurors, court reporter, clerk of the court, and any required interpreter present. So that's the universe of people who are going to be present as the jury is selected. And now let's take a look. This is an oath that the grand juror has to agree to and has to swear to before they actually hear the evidence and then sit on the grand jury. And so this is the oath itself. And here's what I've marked off a section for you to think about, that you will keep your own counsel and that of the other members of the grand jury and of the government, and will not, except when required in the due course of judicial proceeding, disclose the testimony of any witness examined before you, nor anything which you or any other grand juror may have said, nor the manner in which you or any other grand juror may have voted in any matter before you, that you will present. And so the statement is, you're not going to go out and disclose what you heard, the testimony that you heard. You're not going to talk about how people voted. All of those things are going to be deemed to be confidential. And then I'll show you one more. This is another Idaho rule. This is 6.3, part 2, secrecy of proceedings and disclosure. Every member of the grand jury must keep secret whatever was said or done in the grand jury proceedings and the vote of each grand juror on a matter before them. But a grand juror, it may be required by the district judge to disclose matters under certain circumstances. But in general, it's considered to be secret. So, okay, let's think through then what this would mean. Well,
but there is something that we have to talk about, and those are the new statements from Stephen Gonsalves. Mr. Gonsalves, for anybody who's been following this case, has been quite vocal with the media about this investigation since the news broke about the killing of his daughter, Kaylee. In fact, he would reveal certain things that we weren't entirely sure the authorities wanted him to share. And now he is coming out with more information regarding the wounds. And he's doing this in an interview with Fox News Digital. So let me bring in right now my good friend, forensic death investigator from Jacksonville State University, Joseph Scott Morgan, who is also the host of the Body Bags podcast. Joseph, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming on again.
Good to see you, brother. How you doing?
So before we get into the wounds and the revelations about the wounds, I want to start here. So Stephen Gonsalves told Fox News that he spoke with the coroner, Kathy Mabut. Apologies if I mispronounced her last name. First off, before we get into the wounds, is it typical for a coroner to share this information with the parent of a victim?
It depends upon the case. And yeah, I mean, I've certainly, in my past, working as a medical legal death investigator, have shared, some of the intimate details when asked specifically about it. However, I will say this. If there has ever been a multiple homicide case that I have worked, I've never done a compare and contrast relative to injuries that other victims have sustained to the wounds that, say, the immediate family is asking me about one victim. That's very bad form. And I can't imagine any coroner doing that.
I'm going to get into that, the comparison between Kaylee and the others. But this is what Stephen Gonsalves told Fox News about what was told to him by the coroner. She says, sir, I don't think stabs is the right word. It was like tears, like this was a strong weapon, not like a stab. She said these things were big open gouges. She said it was quick. These weren't something where you were going to be able to call 911. They were not going to slowly bleed out. What do you make of that?
I've never heard verbiage like that from anyone in the medical legal field, and I'll tell you why.
Wait, does that mean that he might be getting it wrong, or that there's something? If a coroner told this to him, something's off?
Yeah, something would be off, and I don't know. Maybe he's not quite understanding what's being said, but he's using very specific language there. Jesse. Tears, let's just break it down real quick. All right. When you're using an edged weapon, tearing is not something that's associated with that. Okay. Tearing creates this, where you have connective tissue or you have tissue bridging. Most of the time that's connected with lacerations, and lacerations are, associated with blunt force trauma. The coroner's never mentioned anything about blunt force trauma. So I don't know if he's misunderstanding, misremembering, or just misstating. I don't know, but I do know this: you have two choices with sharp force injuries. You either have stabs, okay, or you have incised wounds, which are slices. Slices are longer than they are deep. Stabs are deeper than they are long. That's really your only two choices. Now, kind of an outlier in all of this is something we refer to as puncture wounds, which doesn't look anything like a stab wound. They're generally, kind of circular in shape. You see them with like people that have been stabbed with shanks, homemade shanks in prisons, or people that are impaled on rebar, that sort of stuff. Now, this tearing, it doesn't add up to me. It doesn't make sense whatsoever.
But we've been under the impression that it was a fixed blade knife that was used. There was reporting that it was a Rambo style knife. There was questions if it was a K-bar style knife. He said, Stephen Gonsalves, that the knife slashed open Kaylee Gonsalves's liver and lungs. Again, so are we thinking it's the wrong weapon based on this, or are we still of the conclusion it's a knife, but the characterization is a bit off?
Well, first off, I'm very sorry for this man's loss, but he's not the person I'm going to go to for an analysis of injuries. I'm still waiting to hear from the medical examiner, who I think or the forensic pathologist who is contracted to do these examinations over in Spokane. All right. Coroner, just so everybody knows, the coroner is not an MD here. She's certainly not a forensic pathologist. She didn't do these. These bodies would have been transferred over there. I don't understand from the genesis of a lot of this information that he's putting out there. It doesn't make sense. And keep in mind as well, early on, do you remember back, I think that the coroner actually had a sit-down interview with our friend Ashley Banfield early on, and she was the first person to get to the coroner. And Ashley asked very specifically in that interview, she said, were any of these victims slashed? Because that goes to another part of criminal profiling and all that sort of stuff. The coroner definitively said no. She said these were stab wounds, and they at least had one fatal stab wound that she could identify. Now, the coroner framed it in the sense where she talked about the chest. Okay. All right. He's saying, this father is saying liver. Liver ain't the chest. Okay. As a matter of fact, it's way south. You're talking about below the rib cage, essentially on the right aspect of the abdomen. So I don't really know, how they came to that conclusion. That doesn't make sense. And again, using this term, and I think using the term the liver was slashed, that's not what you would have in this case. It would be a stab. Remember, I gave the description of an incised wound just a moment ago. This is not an incised wound. This is a stab wound. Okay.
What do you make of when he says, like you mentioned, that Kaylee's wounds do not match to Mogan's wounds? So he said they may have individually died from the exact same thing, being stabbed, but there are more details. They're not even close to matching. Again, do you think that this is a situation where perhaps he's misunderstanding what the coroner's saying, or is the coroner maybe providing conclusions that the coroner should not be making at this point?
My default position again with this, Jesse, is what does the board certified forensic pathologist say about it?
Wait, and just to be clear, it is possible he's right.
It is possible that he is right, I would assume. However, what's the genesis for this? How does he assess that these injuries are different? Did he see this other victim's body? Was he the one drawing this conclusion?
Dude's voice just screams arrogance, doesn't it?
Mhm. Yes, very much so.
I don't know how you catch a criminal if you don't even know what you're looking for.
I need you gotta show your face, everything. You gotta take the hood down, everything. Sorry. You can put it all back up after you show it to me. All right, you're good. And you don't have to leave the camera on, boss. You can take the camera down. There we go. Can you hear me all right? Can you hear me? You need to turn it down. The background echoing. I don't think you can hear me.
What about now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. There we go.
Technology, man. We figured it out.
Yeah. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks
Is
for
there an
having
echo
me.
still? Everybody have an echo or no? We're good? We're good. Okay, good stuff.
The
Yeah,
echo seems to have gone away.
good deal. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much.
I'll ask the first question if nobody objects. Is there any objections?
Go ahead.
Why the name Dylan Mort?
8 hours to call 911.
Okay. All right. Good answer.
That's a good answer. I like that answer. Yes.
It's simple. You are a person that was awake, aware, and from midnight until noon the next day. You know what happened, and that's the genesis of it. You
There's
lied on a 911 call.
Yep. There's no excuse.
That's the
right?
great first question, Jesse.
Yeah, there's no excuse at that point. I don't think there ever was, truly.
So I've seen you on Twitter. You seem pretty active on Twitter, arguing with the guilters. In
Yes,
particular, a fella by the name of Mask Guy. I'd love to get Mask Guy on a. So what are you telling me? Don't invite him to my place? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'd welcome that with open arms. Actually, unfortunately, he's blocked me since day one. He's got a unfortunate view on things where it's guilty and prove his innocence. And I just don't abide by those rules. I don't think that's how we should go about our business. It is innocent until proven guilty. And anytime you point out one hole in their theory, you become Hitler. And you're the worst person in the world for protecting a murderer. Again, if in fact Bryan Kohberger did kill the Idaho 4 and they prove it, I will be the first one to raise my hand and say I was wrong. But there's nothing solid in terms of this investigation at all. Outside of Bryan going for a drive, fact, that's all you can really point toward.
He's got the same.
He was
He's
out
got the same
driving.
alibi as Showalter.
Yeah.
And again, that people get hung up on this alibi. You don't need an alibi. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to say, look, you prove I'm guilty, and sit back and watch them try to do that. Now, I don't suggest that. Obviously, if he had a clean alibi and it could be corroborated, we would have known by now. Unfortunately, it looks like he went out for a drive, lost cell phone connection, turned his phone off, went for a hike, whatever. Them trying to put together a case saying that he turned his phone off, turned around, came back, murdered 4 people like he was some kind of ninja warrior. Let Dylan live. He not only kills 4 people, he walks past a 5th and just decides, oh, I'm done, Dylan's special. No, it's not reasonable to think that's what happened. And until they can
Forget no
clear
injuries
up,
to the hands.
Yeah, no
there's
injuries
not,
to the hands.
and there's
And to go
one,
along with
there's
your
one, there's
sorry, bud. To go along with your alibis thing, real quick, Mort. That Brian did belong to the Meteor Club, and there was a meteor shower announced over at Wazoo that day, and where he went was a great place to go see it. That's all I'm saying. Keep going. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, and with that, and the guilters will come out and say it was cloudy. Well, he wasn't look. It's like, well, it's 4 a.m. You're going out in the middle of nowhere, Idaho. Is it the most ideal alibi? No, but is it an alibi? I'll believe him over a 20-year-old Dylan Morton sitting Bethany Funk saying a random guy walked in our house at 4 a.m., but we waited until noon. I'll believe a PhD student over two dumb, what seem to be pretty unintelligent college kids.
And they've changed their stories how many times now? And Brian's story's changed how many?
Right. Well, the thing is, Brian never really had a story. He didn't even have the opportunity to sit down with investigators. And, they never sat him down and questioned him and said, hey, look, they tracked him across the country. They tried to pull him over, probably hoping he was by himself, so they could, mess with him some more, crooked cops. Luckily, he was with his dad, so there's not much you could do. You can pull him over and just kind of send him on his way. But they tracked him down. They honed in on him, and it is unfortunate.
Agreed.
Twiz
I
asked
have
me,
a
why
question
would
for
I
you,
want to speak?
Jesse and Dago, real quick.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Say again.
I've got a question for you guys real quick. The video you guys were just playing in regards to the coroner, have you guys viewed that interview with her?
Oh yeah, many a time.
Okay. How convincing did she come off in terms of actually being inside of that house? And what's the reasoning for her? I know it's a small town and coroners operate at a little different speeds, but one, I didn't believe, based on her words, that she ever was actually inside of that house looking at anything.
I actually questioned that 2 years ago myself because of the way she described certain things. They was her answers were very blanketed. There was no specificity.
Yeah, her answers were very, this is what we're telling you to say, go say it. And I don't know who they is telling her to go say it, but also she doesn't show up until the scene until 5 p.m., I think she said, or 6 o'clock. The lead investigator doesn't show up until 5 or 6 o'clock. So not only do you have 8 hours delay in terms of when 911 was called, you have another almost 8 hours until the lead investigator and the coroner show up to the scene. That's over 24 hours until a lead investigator and a coroner show up. And
her explanation is she can't do anything until the scene's processed and the lead investigator's there, per se, is what her excuse was. Okay.
Okay. What? But
they were on a hunting trip.
That's
what we were
it.
told. Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. We were told
She's definitely comes across as very crooked. If you look at the court docs for Moscow, she's the public defender for every criminal in town, and William Wolford Thompson, the prosecutor for every criminal in town. So between Megan Marshall, William Thompson, and Catherine Mabbitt, they deal with every crime, and
I think she defended the new DoorDash driver's boyfriend or even herself at some point. So I don't like the interlinkings of how everybody is all intertwined within this community.
Chances are whoever Ann Taylor's third-party suspects are, she's defended them at one point in time.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely shady. There's nothing that's not shady. Hey, Phil, good to see you. So yeah, that's our thoughts on that one, Dylan. We definitely have watched that video multiple times and questioned it just as many, especially the way she described it. She definitely sounds like she's reading from
Yeah,
a
it's
script.
almost like what was on the PCA. It's almost like what the PCA was just spit out by her at that point. In terms of what she's like, it's gruesome. It's like, okay, well, where are they? Give us a little more information, but you know, there's nothing there. And I understand she might be limited to what she can say. I'm saying the way she portrayed herself and the way she was talking about it lacked confidence. And I think it lacked an understanding of what that scene actually looked like. And I don't necessarily blame her because, again, she's 24 hours. I'm sorry. She's 12 hours after the murders supposedly occurred. So that's a lot of time for things to be moved.
Right. Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
I remember her saying, when asked, you know, what the scene was like, all she could say was, it was a bloody scene. You know, it was 4 students killed. It was a bloody scene. Okay, maybe she was limited. I just felt she was following a script and she kept forgetting what she was supposed to say. It didn't convince me that she'd even been there.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't. I mean, I'm sure she was there at some point, but how much did she interact in that scene? Truly, that's what my question has always been.
But then she calls the Gonzalez household and tells the teenage daughter specifics about the wounds and this and that.
I was going to ask that next.
Yeah.
Is that true that she did that?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
That's true then, because I never was able to find out if that was true or not. If that's true, that's insanity. That's absolutely
insanity. I'm assuming it's true based on the interviews with Gonzalez family. So family. So we know that they're not a reliable source, but you'd hope they wouldn't make that up about Kathy Mabbitt.
Yeah, and it was one of the kids, wasn't it?
That's what they were angry about, is that she gave graphic information to one of their minor daughters.
Haley's 13-year-old sister, I believe it was. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
I don't the coroner telling a 13-year-old what happened.
I was just going to ask a question, if it's okay. And this is genuinely because I don't understand how this would work. But if Payne and Blaker turned up at the scene later, as we're led to believe, wouldn't Nunes be involved in the PCA, the first on the scene?
Well, they may have held them out, Nellie. They may have held them away from the scene, per se. I'm surprised, but I'm sure they tried.
No, sorry. I meant, wouldn't Nunes be involved in writing the PCA if he was first on the scene, or is that just not how?
You mean Nunez? I thought you said.
Nunez. Sorry, Nunez. Can't talk properly. Nunez. I just thought that somebody who arrived before 4 p.m. would have been involved in writing the PCA. I don't know how it works, though.
I agree that I asked that question the first week of the case that I covered. Like, why was he not more involved? If you're the first officer on the scene, not to mention, let me remind you guys that Barrett was actually the lead detective on this case for the first 24 hours. And then, amazingly enough, it gets handed off to Brett Payne. Why?
Yeah.
I don't know. But it's weird to me. Okay. Ty Barrett had way more experience than Payne did. The day before this, Payne is out writing traffic tickets. The next day, he's the lead detective on a quadruple homicide. That's very strange to me that, Barrett was just removed for whatever reason and given, I have my theories as to why, but as it goes back to pawns, as I told you guys, there's pawns in this.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So
was Smith the other one? Wasn't it Nunez,
Smith, and then Gunderson were the 3 officers that were the first on scene.
And then they had nothing to do with writing the PCA. It was the two that came at 4 o'clock.
Their names are in it. Brett.
Yeah.
He put their names in it, but that's about it. Just saying.
You know why I think Payne, I agree with you 100%, Dago. I think Payne is a patsy as well. And I think the reason they chose him is he's military and he's trained to take orders without asking questions. That's my opinion.
Well,
only.
I'm going to play into what you just said there, because I said, as far as pawns being involved in this, and what I meant by that, there's people involved in this case that just, they do their job, they don't ask questions, they do what they're told, and they move forward. Now, you got to think that this man's been there 2 years or whatever it was. He was a traffic cop, whatever, blah, blah, blah. We're going to give him a promotion to lead detective. Imagine how excited he's going to be. The man's not going to ask one damn question. He's just going to do what he's doing. And that's why, in my opinion, that Payne has no answers to anything, because he's not truly, I did a show on this not too long ago, he's not truly the lead on this case. I just don't believe that he is. I think that he's a puppet. I'll put it that way. And he's used as a pawn and a face, and that's it. Because he didn't have the information that he should have had. He didn't know the things he should have known, and I don't believe he actively was doing the things that he thought he was doing. That's my opinion.
Mine too. And I think he's a yes sir, yes ma'am military guy who was just easy to promote, and they even gave him an award. And like, I wouldn't have thought that if I hadn't seen him in court not knowing the answers to anything. And he doesn't know the answers to anything. I actually feel sorry for him. I think he's been absolutely sold down the river.
In a sense, yeah, that's what I mean. And like LL said, the feds took the reins on this immediately. Payne is just Moscow's face. And if and when everything implodes and falls into play, guess who's going under the bus first and foremost?
Payne.
That's how that's going to work out. And that's the end of it.
They threw him to the wolves, and then Chief Fry stepped away like a little pussy, and
Roger Lanier retired. They all
they're gone. It was, hey, Payne, you take this. We don't want to mess with it. We've got too much involved here. There's too many people that could lose stuff. Okay, look into this guy. It had to be him. Payne, being a rookie green, we'll call him, in the detective world, said, okay, sounds good. And they go balls to the wall to pin it on this guy, including Payne's description of how the DNA was tested and who was testing it, where it was going, IgG. He had no idea what that process was. So they threw him to the wolves, and unfortunately for him, he's going to take the brunt of it if it's proven to not be Bryan Kohberger, which we all think is the case. Then he's the first to go. But there's a long list of people surrounding it that hid and just used him as a pawn.
That's exactly my thoughts, and it has been for a long time. That's why I did that show. The FBI is running this case. They have been running this case. Like I said, when all this implodes, in the end, if it works that way, it's a fail-safe. He'll be thrown under the bus. Everything's going to be handled in that sense, and everything else, the FBI walks away like they're going to anyway. End of story. That's it. It's over.
Diego, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought the FBI and the feds, for the most part, only were assisting with requests from Moscow Police Department. I'm not under the impression that they were actually conducting interviews and doing any on-site testing.
You're right. You're right. That's absolutely right. That's what we're told. That's what we're shown. Do I believe that? No, I don't believe that.
Well, hold up. Haven't we learned now that the FBI was investigating him for the Pennsylvania murder well before any of this?
No, I
that was PA State Police, I believe, Jesse. That was PA State, and I think they were.
It wasn't the FBI.
I think that was thrown in after the mix.
That was after he was arrested. They said, "Oh, maybe we should look at him for these murders."
That's good. I was questioning that as well, Jesse. I wasn't sure if that was before or after, but to me it makes sense after.
Yeah, I believe
because I can't imagine what they had on Bryan. I mean,
nothing.
Nothing at all, Nelly. Nothing at all. And real quick, Phil just made a statement that I kind of liked. They would like a conviction, but the frame has already paid off. Acquittal equals jury got it wrong. Responsible parties never scrutinize. That's a great statement, Phil.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to bring this point up, if it's okay. And I looked into this because, you got to fine tune what you're thinking about and is it fact or not. And I wanted to know if anyone could be arrested on trace DNA alone, and they can't. That is impossible. You will not get probable cause on trace DNA. Okay. So I believe, this is just my opinion, that even if they had trace DNA legitimately, okay, that would not be enough to arrest Kohberger. I think then they fabricated the whole DNA on assumptions. I think we're going to have a case where they can't prove it was his car, they can't prove it was his phone, they can't prove anything else. But that's why they put that PCA in. We can't. That's why they kept saying we can't accept this on the DNA alone. We're prepared to throw that out because we've got all of this other evidence, and that is what they said. Now I think we're in a situation where there is no proof of anything else as far as we know and what we've seen. So surely if this gets to trial and all they've got is trace DNA on a knife sheath and they can't prove anything else, it needs to be thrown out, even on the trace DNA, because if it's not good enough an arrest, how can it be good enough a conviction? And that is what is puzzling me. I think they brought everything else together for the PCA. Maybe they knew he took a drive or whatever, but if they're only left with trace DNA, I don't believe they can convict him, because if that's not enough for an arrest, how can it be enough for a conviction? Do you know what I'm saying? Am I making myself understood?
Yeah, it makes sense.
When we saw the Karen Reed trial, they don't seem to be deterred by a lack of evidence. They seem to be quite content to get up there and just keep on talking and trying to confuse the jury and just hoping that the jury is going to conclude that the guy in the jumpsuit is in a jumpsuit for a reason. He wouldn't have been arrested if he didn't do it. And, we did hear that juror interviewed by Turtle Boy, who claimed that Karen Reed was guilty because she was there and John O'Keefe was there and John O'Keefe died. So that was enough evidence for him. And it seems like, and in the Delphi case, there was no evidence against Richard Allen either.
No.
And they were just happy to, I guess they did have the confessions, but it was quite clear that they tortured him to get the confessions.
Yeah.
But when you have a judge who is on your side and a very prosecution-friendly judge and a prosecution with absolutely no integrity and is willing to play dirty, they'll just put on a show with smoke and mirrors, and it won't. I'm not sure that jurors understand what real evidence is. They don't even understand the juror slip. They don't understand what they're even doing there. And you got the Karen Reed jury, such a lack of understanding. They come back and say they've got a verdict, and then they come back and say, sorry, we don't have a verdict. They clearly had no idea what they were doing. And it's a shame that these are the people that are deciding the fate of somebody who could spend the rest of their life in prison, and they have no clue what they're doing.
Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, I think because I saw that you can't just arrest someone on trace DNA, I suppose my point is, can they then legally convict someone on trace DNA where the FBI have destroyed their work and they can't prove anything else? So, if you can't arrest someone on just trace DNA, if that's all it boils down to in court, how can you convict someone on that when you can't arrest them on that? And I wondered how legally, if anyone knew, how that would, jury or no jury, that's all they're left with is trace DNA. If the jury say that's enough for them, but you can't arrest them on that, how does that work?
Well, I mean, really, right now, based on the evidence that they have and don't have, he should be released right now without a trial. He shouldn't even be here. And the only reason he's here is because they didn't give him the preliminary hearing, and they hoodwinked the grand jury and basically lied. And I guess I would just expect more of that in the trial. But as far as what you're saying, the standard of evidence, they probably don't have the standard of evidence to even get this far. They had to cheat to get this far, and that's where that standard of evidence probably means more, is to avoid even allowing it to get this far.
Good point. Very good point. Very good point. Very good point. I hate to do this, but I am within minutes of a tornado. So I'm going to need to cut this down and probably move around a little bit more so that I can avoid any possible issues until it's over, at least. But we've also been here 4 hours. I'd like to get through the rest of that. It's an interesting video, to say the least. And it's pointed out some really important points that we've all been talking about for months now, along with the Steve Gonsalves World Tour. The other bullshit that's been pointed out to us, maybe we'll be able to finish it because we're only halfway through it, believe it or not. Tomorrow, possibly, we could finish it up. And I'd love to have you back, Jesse, of course, Nelly, and Dylan, or Mort Dylan. You're always welcome as well. I appreciate your guys' input, your intellect, and I appreciate everybody being here as we covered the hearing as well, guys. But I do need to run.
Yeah, hopefully there's some new docs with some new info tomorrow.
Yes, there will be, I think, too. So Nelly, Jesse, Dylan, thank you, all three of you, very much for joining us. I appreciate you very much.
Peace out, Dago. Stay safe out there, dog.
You too, bro.
Good night,
Thank
chat.
you very much.
Good night, Mort.
Take care,
Good night,
guys.
Nelly.
And everybody in chat, thank you very much as well, everyone. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, guys. Do not change a thing. You guys are beautiful people, and hopefully I'll be back in here maybe a little bit later. Have a great one, folks. See you soon. Bye-bye.
The smell of fear mixed with burnt decay. Justice whispers in the true crime cafe. Heavy bassline thumping through the night. Drumbeat mirrors the pulse of fright. No escape from the games they play. You're a prisoner in the true crime cafe. Life's a journey. Blood on the pages, tales they weave. Behind the counter, what to believe. Eyes dart, left hands don't stay. Truth's a weapon in the true crime cafe. Cafe. Black like the sins in my mind. Sitting here where the lost souls unwind. Blood stains on the counter never fade. This is where the guilty come to trade. True Crime Cafe, where the secret's spilled. Every cop's a confession, every shot could kill. Underneath the neon lies a dark valley. like a lover's last fight. The air's electric in the neon light.